Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Solar Warden, Guardians of the Ancients. The Solar Warden slid through the interstitial void between star systems like a predator sighing in its sleep. She was a ghost ship, a rumour whispered in the highest echelons of Earth's unified command, a dreadnought built in secret orbital docks, crewed by the forgotten and the exceptional. Her skin was a metamaterial composite that drank light and sensor pings, rendering her effectively invisible against the star-strewn canvas. Her purpose, proactive defence, galactic peacekeeping of a sort unsanctioned by public treaties, a silent guardian against threats humanity wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. Inside her pressurised, artificially gravitated hull, the low thrum of the quantum entanglement drive was a constant companion, a reminder of the impossible distances spanned. Commander Riker Thorne stood on the command deck, the holographic projection of the Cygnus X1 region shimmering before him like captured nebulae. His face, etched with the lines of 100 campaigns fought in shadows, was illuminated by the soft blues and purples of the display. He was a man forged in the quiet crucibles of deep space, his authority absolute, his burden immense. The Warden was more than a ship. She was an extension of his will, a fortress monastery dedicated to vigilance. Then the calm shattered. A priority alert klaxon, rarely used, cut through the bridge's low hum. Not an external sensor ping, but a directed high-bandwidth transmission slicing through subspace chatter aimed directly at the Warden's clandestine frequency. Signal origin? Thorne's voice was calm, cutting through the sudden tension. Triangulating. Sector 7G, Kaelar system, sir, reported the comms officer, Lieutenant Eva Rostova, her fingers flying across her console. It's old. Kaelar Dominion encryption, ancient dialect, high-priority distress protocol. Kaelaris. The name resonated with a near-mythical weight. Home of the Kaelar, the elder race who had, according to fragmented histories and recovered xeno-artifacts, shielded a nascent humanity millennia ago. They were architects of wonders, masters of bioengineering and gravitational manipulation, a civilization that had faded into legend, withdrawing into isolation centuries before Earth achieved interstellar travel. The message, once decrypted by the Warden's formidable AI core, painted a grim picture. Kaelaris wasn't just fading, it was dying. A creeping genetic entropy, a slow decay woven into their very DNA over generations, was rendering them sterile, shortening lifespans. But worse, far worse, was the immediate catalyst for the distress call. The Draelith swarm had returned. The Draelith. Another name dredged from the darkest corners of forgotten galactic lore. A biomechanical plague, thought eradicated in a war that had scarred nebulae before human ancestors climbed down from trees. They were locusts forged from necrotized flesh and adaptive. Alloys, consuming, converting, driven by a cold, networked intelligence that defied understanding. They didn't conquer, they assimilated worlds into their grotesque, clattering whole. Commander, Rostova added, her voice tight, the signal confirms a full-scale planetary assault. Planetary defense grid failing. They specifically request Solar Warden intervention. They know who we are, sir. They're asking for protection of the royal bloodline and assistance preventing total bio-collapse. Thorne processed this rapidly. Orders from Earth High Command were implicit. Maintain secrecy, observe, never interfere directly with elder race affairs unless humanity itself was threatened. But the Kaelar had been protectors, and the Draelith threatened everything. This wasn't a local conflict. It was the potential resurgence of an apocalypse. Helm, set course for Kaelaris. Maximum sustained velocity. Engage void cloaking protocols, Thorn commanded. Communications. Acknowledge the signal. Authentication code Thorn Alpha Sigma. Message. Solar Warden en route. Hold fast. The journey was a tense passage through warped space, the Warden a silent knife cutting towards a dying star. As they approached, the long-range sensors painted a horrifying tableau. Kaelaris, once described in recovered texts as a jewel of emerald continents and sapphire seas, was shrouded in orbital chaos. Draelith hive ships, jagged agglomerations of dark metal and pulsating organic matter swarmed the planet, their smaller attack craft raining down fire. Flickering energy shields buckled and failed across the surface. Thorn ordered the Warden into a high-orbit stealth trajectory, using Kaelaris' largest moon as cover. He dispatched cloaked reconnaissance drones, their feeds relaying images of cities under siege, crystalline structures shattered by biomechanical artillery, and swarms of chittering Draelith ground units overwhelming Kaelar defenders clad in elegant but clearly failing energy armour. A secure channel opened directly from the Kaelar Royal Citadel, bypassing the planetary chaos. The face that appeared on Thorn's private monitor was ancient, noble, and etched with profound weariness. High King Varial. His eyes, luminous and wise, held the weight of a dying civilization. "Commander Thorn," Varial's voice was resonant though strained. "Your arrival honours forgotten pacts, but time bleeds away. The Swarm, they are relentless. Our blight weakens us, our weapons falter." "High King Variel," Thorn replied, his voice respectful but firm. "Solar Warden is here to assist. What is the strategic situation? What can we do?" Variel's image flickered. "Our doom is twofold. The genetic decay accelerates under stress. Soon there will be none left fit to rule, or even to remember. But the Draelith, they seek more than mere conquest. They seek the heart of our legacy." He paused, gathering strength. "There is a contingency, a last resort forged in the Age of Sundering when the Draelith first rose." Thorn leaned forward. "Tell me." "Deep beneath our sacred sites," Variel revealed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "lie dormant the Titan Sentinels. 5 biomechanical constructs of immense power, relics of a race that preceded even us. They sleep, awaiting awakening." Thorn felt a chill despite the bridge's regulated temperature. Technology from before the Kaelar? "These Sentinels," Variel continued, "require pilots, beings capable of neural synchronization. Our current generation, the blight affects the mind's resonance. We cannot interface, but perhaps your kind can." He gestured weakly. "They are keyed to our royal lineage, activated by 5 crystal keys hidden across Kaelaris in places of power and peril. Find the keys, Commander. Find pilots who can withstand the neural load. Awaken the Titans." A diagram bloomed beside Variel's image. 5 colossal, distinct mechanical forms, one sleek and winged, another broad-shouldered and bristling with ground-pounders, a third radiating defensive energy fields, a fourth shimmering with stealth technology, the last glowing with internal fire. "Alone, they are formidable," Variel explained. "But their true power lies in unity. Once bonded, once synchronized, the 5 can merge. They become the Pantheon Ascendant, a construct of unimaginable defensive power, capable of purging the Swarm." Thorn stared at the schematics, the scale almost unbelievable. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend made manifest. A desperate gamble hinging on forgotten technology and untested human pilots. "The Draelith must not reach them, Commander," Variel pleaded, his image distorting with nearby impacts. They must not defile what guarded the galaxy. The transmission abruptly cut out, replaced by static. Thorn stood silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Protect a bloodline, prevent collapse, and awaken mythical war machines? The mission parameters had just escalated exponentially. He turned to his bridge crew, his expression grim but resolute. Lieutenant Rostova, assemble mission profiles for 5 potential Titan interfaces based on psychological and neurological compatibility scores. Prioritize adaptability, resilience, and empathy. He tapped the schematic of the Pantheon Ascendant. Major Jian, prepare Omega Lance for immediate deployment. Multiple high-risk retrieval operations, hostile territory, heavy resistance expected. We're going key hunting. The Solar Warden shifted from silent guardian to active participant. Below, on the dying world of Kaelaris, the darkness deepened, but a desperate, impossible hope had just been ignited. The selection process was swift, brutal, and data-driven. The Solar Warden's AI, Janus, cross-reference combat records, psych profiles, simulator scores, and neurological scans against the fragmented Kaelar data on Titan synchronization. Commander Thorn reviewed the final candidates, seeking not just skill, but a specific kind of synergy, a blend of individual strength that might, just might, resonate together under unimaginable pressure. First chosen was Lieutenant Lucas Watts. Quiet, almost unnervingly perceptive, Watts possessed an empathic intuition that bordered on the precognitive in battlefield scenarios. He saw patterns others missed, anticipated enemy movements by sensing the ebb and flow of conflict itself. Janus flagged him for Valkyries, the winged aerial titan, whose systems required a pilot sensitive to atmospheric currents and multi-vector threats. Watts accepted the assignment with a solemn nod, his thoughtful gaze already calculating trajectories through Kaelaris' war-torn skies. Next came Captain Zach Cross, Watts' polar opposite. Loud, fiercely competitive and pathologically brave, Cross was the Warden's premier hand-to-hand combatant and thrived in the visceral chaos of close quarters battle. His humour, often dark, was a shield against the horrors he'd witnessed. He was assigned Brontis, the ground-pounding assault titan, a behemoth of armour and ordnance. Cross grinned, cracking his knuckles. Someone's got to punch these metal bugs back where they crawled from, right? Ensign Dax Moreno was the anomaly, the youngest, a prodigy plucked from Earth's advanced engineering corps. Moreno saw systems, energy flows, and subspace mechanics the way composers heard music. Brilliant, occasionally overwhelmed by the military structure but unparalleled in improvisation, he was matched with Stratos, the shield-bearing support titan. Its complex energy matrix and defensive systems demanded an intuitive understanding of technology. Moreno nervously adjusted his glasses, muttering about Kaelar power conduits potentially violating known physics. Lieutenant Rico Fenn was an enigma, even among the Warden's clandestine crew. A former Black Ops sniper and deep cover operative, Fenn moved with silent grace and spoke only when necessary. Her analytical mind processed threats with chilling efficiency. She was the logical choice for Nocturne, the stealth titan, capable of cloaking and infiltration. Fenn simply inclined her head, her dark eyes unreadable, already assessing angles of approach and Draelith sensor capabilities. Rounding out the team was Commander Maddox Reeve, the veteran. An ex-mech pilot from Earth's earlier, clunkier conflicts, Reeve carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen it all and survived. Calm under extreme fire, pragmatic, he was the bedrock. He was assigned Pyros, the fire core titan, whose internal plasma reactor and thermal weaponry required disciplined control. Reeve, his weathered face impassive, stated, "Understood. Let's get 'em warmed up." while the Chosen Five began intensive neural conditioning in Kaelar DeepMind simulators, holographic chambers that plunged their consciousness into simulations of the Titans' unique interfaces and Kaelar history, Thorn deployed Omega Lance. Led by Major Gian, a stern tactician, and including Thorn's longtime friend and second-in-command, Sergeant Harlan Cruz, the Lance was tasked with retrieving the 5 crystal keys. The missions were harrowing descents into hell. The Sky Bastion key was housed within a derelict Kaelar weather control platform, perpetually shrouded in violent electrified storms. Omega Lance repelled from cloaked shuttles, battling hurricane force winds and automated lightning defences, Draelith skitter fighters dogfighting them amidst the clouds. They secured the Sky Key just as the platform began to tear itself apart. For the Obsidian Depths Key, they descended into volcanic caverns near Kalaris' molten core. Rivers of lava illuminated Cyclopean Kaelar structures. Ancient flame sentinels, stone guardians animated by geothermal heat, activated alongside Draelith burrowing units adapted to extreme temperatures. Explosions echoed in the suffocating heat as the team fought their way to a basalt altar, retrieving the obsidian key moments before a Draelith demolition charge brought the cavern roof down. The Whispering Hollow presented a different challenge. A sprawling jungle temple complex overgrown and saturated with residual Kaelar psychic energy. The air itself seemed to hum, creating illusions, dredging up buried fears, turning squad mates against each other in paranoid hallucinations. Draelith stalkers, adapted for stealth, used the psychic miasma as cover. Major Gian, relying on hardened mental discipline, guided the team through the psychic battlefield to claim the jungle key from the heart of a colossal, petrified tree. Starspire Keep was an ice fortress carved into a mountain peak, where temperatures plummeted to near absolute zero. The Kaelar architect had employed sound-based traps, resonant frequencies that could shatter armour, induce vertigo, or trigger localised sonic booms. Draelith, forces, seemingly immune, used the acoustic chaos to their advantage. Omega Lance navigated the treacherous soundscape, disabling harmonic resonators while fighting frost-coated Draelith warriors, finally recovering the Glacier Key from a cryo-locked chamber. The final mission targeted the Vault of Echoes, a vast archive complex submerged beneath a murky, polluted ocean trench, already heavily infested by Draelith. Sonar-reactive Draelith submersibles patrolled the crushing depths. Omega Lance utilised specialised aquatic assault gear, navigating flooded corridors and dodging pressure-sensitive mines. Inside the central archive chamber, they located the vault key, but the Draelith sprung an ambush, sealing the exits and flooding the compartment. Sergeant Harlan Cruz, a burly man whose loyalty to Thorn was legendary, saw the closing hydrostatic doors and the Draelith heavy units advancing. He shoved the recovered vault key into Major Jean's hand. "Get it to the commander, go!" Before Jean could protest, Cruz activated demolition charges on his own suit's power core, creating a blinding explosion and a shockwave that momentarily stunned the Draelith and blasted open a secondary escape route for the rest of the team. He was consumed in the blast, sacrificing himself to ensure the final key reached the surface. Omega Lance returned to the Solar Warden, battered, exhausted, but successful. They brought the 5 crystal keys, shimmering, intricately faceted stones pulsing with contained energy, but they also brought the heavy news of Cruz's death. Thorn received the keys and the report with stoic grief, the loss of his friend a palpable weight on the command deck. There was no time for mourning, only grim resolve. The pilots had completed their initial sync training, reporting strange, dreamlike connections to the dormant machines. The keys were secured. The next phase was about to begin, the awakening. The descent was like travelling back through geological time. Ancient Kaelar tram lines, reactivated after millennia of silence, carried the 5 pilots deep into the planet's crust. Each line terminated in a colossal cavern, meticulously engineered, housing one of the dormant Titan Sentinels. The air hummed with latent power, the rock walls inscribed with faded glyphs depicting star charts and celestial events unknown to human history. Lucas Watts arrived first, stepping out onto a platform overlooking Valkyries. The aerial Titan rested on its haunches like a gargantuan biomechanical raptor, wings folded, its surface a seamless blend of obsidian-like plating and what looked disturbingly like dormant sinew. Its cockpit, a crystalline bubble set into the head, glowed faintly as Watts approached. Zach Cross found Brontis standing sentinel in a cavern, fortified like a subterranean bunker. The ground assault Titan was pure brutalism. Thick armour, massive articulated fists, shoulder-mounted cannons the size of tanks. It radiated sheer power, a coiled spring of destruction. Dax Moreno gaped at Stratos, the defence support Titan. It was broader, less overtly aggressive, its surfaces studded with emitters and intricate energy conduits. It resembled a mobile fortress, anchored in a chamber that seemed designed to channel and amplify planetary energy fields. Rico Fen materialised from the shadows of her tramcar before Nocturne. The stealth Titan was slender, angular, its surfaces shifting and refractive, absorbing the ambient light. It looked less like a machine and more like solidified shadow, perched ready to vanish. Maddox Reeves stood before Pyros, the fire core Titan. Housed in a heat-shielded cavern near a magma conduit, Pyros pulsed with internal warmth. Vents along its limbs glowed cherry red, and its core emanated a low, powerful thrum, hinting at the controlled inferno within. Following Kaelar instructions relayed via Thorn, each pilot presented their respective crystal key to an interface port on their Titan. Valkyris took the Sky Key, Brontis the Obsidian Key, Stratus the Jungle Key, Nocturne the Glacier Key, and Pyros the Vault Key. As the final key slotted home, a deep resonant hum filled the chambers, echoing up the tram lines and causing seismic tremors across Kalaris. Light surged through the Titans. Glyphs etched into their armour blazed with energy. Joints hissed as dormant actuators powered up. Cockpits illuminated, displaying Kaelar symbology alongside translated readouts. One by one, the colossal machines stirred, optics flaring to life like newborn stars. The pilots, strapped into their command couches, felt the neural interface ignite. Not just data streams, but a torrent of sensation, instinct and ancient memory flooding their minds. It was exhilarating and terrifying, like merging consciousness with a sleeping god. Watts felt the wind currents of Kalaris across Valkyries' wings, across the tectonic rumble beneath Brontis' feet. Moreno sensed the planets, energy grid through Stratos, Fen the electromagnetic spectrum via Nocturne sensors, Reeve the geothermal heat flowing into Pyros. Initial field tests, conducted within designated subterranean zones, showcased the Sentinels' staggering capabilities. Valkyris soared through simulated canyons, its energy cannons carving arcs of light. Brontis pulverized simulated Draelith armour with contemptuous ease. Stratos generated localized shield barriers capable of deflecting immense kinetic force. Nocturne flickered in and out of visibility, executing silent takedowns. Pyros unleashed controlled bursts of plasma that melted rock. But coordination proved instantly problematic. The Titans were individuals, extensions of their pilots' distinct personalities, and the ancient machine spirits now awakening within them. Cross's aggressive charges sometimes left Moreno's Stratos exposed. Fen's stealth manoeuvres occasionally left her isolated. Watts struggled to translate his tactical overview into commands the others could instinctively follow. Reeves' methodical pace sometimes clashed with Cross's impulsiveness. They were 5 powerful solos, not yet a symphony. Their precarious learning curve was shattered by catastrophe. Alarms blared aboard the Solar Warden. "Commander," Major Jean reported, her voice strained. "Multiple breaches. The outer planetary shield network has collapsed. Draelith hive carriers are breaking atmosphere en masse. They're concentrating on the Royal Citadel." On the surface, chaos erupted. Draelith drop pods rained down like meteors, disgorging hordes of biomechanical monstrosities into the heart of the Kaelar capital. Elegant spires crumbled under relentless bombardment. Desperate Kaelar warriors fought and died in the crystalline streets. Then came the unthinkable. A single, high-yield Draelith energy beam, impossibly precise, lanced down from orbit, bypassing the failing city shields and striking the Citadel's central spire, the royal chamber. Communications went dead. Moments later, a fragmented emergency broadcast reached the Warden. Princess Kaelar, Variel's daughter, her face smeared with soot, regal composure fractured by grief and fury, appeared briefly. "The king, King Variel is dead. Assassinated. I have assumed command." Her transmission cut out. Simultaneously, Janus flagged a massive energy surge deep beneath the Kaelar capital, originating directly below the Royal Citadel's foundations. Cross-referencing with Kaelar historical data retrieved during the pilot's sync training, Thorne realised the horrifying truth. They knew, Thorne breathed, staring at the tactical display. The assassination wasn't just regicide, it was a diversion. He pointed to the energy signature. That location, according to Kaelar legend, it's the Convergence Vault, the very place where the Pantheon Ascendant was first forged during the Age of Sundering. The Draelith aren't just here to conquer Kalaris. They want to capture the forging site, perhaps harness its power, or prevent the Pantheon Ascendant from ever forming again. The stakes had escalated beyond planetary defence. This was now a race to secure ancient power, with the fate of the galaxy potentially hanging in the balance. "Pilots," Thorne's voice broadcast directly into their neural interfaces, overriding the sensory flood. "The king is dead. The Draelith are targeting the Convergence Vault beneath the capital. Training is over. Deploy immediately. Your objectives are sector-specific defence. Prevent the Draelith from reaching the vault at all costs. Go." The 5 Titans, newly awakened and barely tested, rose from their subterranean cradles, ascending towards a world engulfed in total war. The surface of Kalaris was a canvas of destruction. Smoke choked the skies, casting the besieged capital city in a perpetual blood-red twilight. Draelith forces swarmed through shattered avenues, their chittering movements and grinding mechanics, an alien cacophony against the Kaelar architectural elegance. Into this inferno, the 5 Titan Sentinels deployed, each a towering figure of defiance against the encroaching swarm. Lieutenant Lucas Watts, Valkyries, launched directly into the upper atmosphere, Valkyries unfolded its vast wings, soaring above the ionosphere where massive Draelith skyhive carriers disgorged endless waves of smaller fighters. Watts, feeling the thin air and the brutal vacuum beyond through Valkyries' senses, became a whirlwind of aerial combat. His empathic intuition allowed him to anticipate the swarm tactics, dodging energy blasts, weaving through fighter formations, his Titan's cannons vaporizing Draelith craft with pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't just flying a machine, he was the storm, defending the orbital approaches. Captain Zach Cross, Brontis, deployed directly into the capital's heavily fortified canyon wall sector. Brontis met the Draelith head-on. Mech tank divisions, spider-like walkers, spitting plasma, and waves of scuttling ground drones surged towards the breach. Cross roared into the comms, a mix of battle cries and crude jokes as Brontis charged. fists like wrecking balls shattered Draelith armour, shoulder cannons obliterated entire formations, seismic stomps cracked the very ground beneath his enemies. He was a blunt instrument, a furious bulwark holding the line, thriving in the glorious, brutal chaos. "Come on, you rusty buckets! Who's next?" Ensign Dax Moreno, Stratos. Positioned centrally behind the main defence lines, Stratos became the city's shield. Moreno, initially overwhelmed, quickly found his rhythm, his mind merging with the Titan's complex energy systems. He diverted planetary power, projecting immense shimmering energy barriers that absorbed Draelith artillery bombardments, protecting Kaelar civilian shelters and reinforcing collapsing structures. He rerouted power surges, fed targeting data to Kaelar defense towers still operational, and occasionally unleashed focused energy pulses to disrupt Draelith command signals. He was the unsung anchor, preventing total collapse. Lieutenant Rico Fenn, Nocturne. While the others engaged in open warfare, Nocturne flickered into invisibility, slipping through Draelith lines like a phantom. Fenn, calm and methodical, navigated the treacherous cityscape, avoiding sensor nets and patrols. Her objective: locate and disable the Draelith forward command posts coordinating the ground assault and, crucially, the localized warp gates reinforcing their numbers. Utilizing Nocturne's infiltration tools and her own Black Ops expertise, she became a saboteur, planting disruption charges, slicing communication arrays, and silently eliminating key Draelith synapse commanders before vanishing back into the shadows. Commander Maddox Reeve, Pyros. Reeve's mission was perhaps the most critical and dangerous. Draelith scans had detected a major planetary fault line beneath the capital near the Convergence Vault. They were attempting to plant a deep-core magma bomb, intending to destabilize the entire region and potentially trigger a catastrophic volcanic event, destroying the vault and half the continent. Pyros descended into the searing heat of the planet's crust, navigating fissures and magma flows. Reeve, relying on his veteran discipline, used Pyros's thermal lances to cauterize breaches, its fire core energy to neutralize Draelith drilling units, fighting in an environment where a single misstep meant incandescent oblivion. He was the steady hand preventing planetary self-destruction. Despite their individual successes, the Draelith tide was relentless. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Coordination breakdowns between the pilots, amplified by the stress and sensory overload, led to near disasters. Cross's overzealous advance nearly flanked Moreno. Watts, pinned down by a carrier's main weapon, couldn't provide air support for Fenn's extraction, Reeve reported, increasing Draelith reinforcements near the fault line. They were holding, but barely. The Draelith were adapting, learning, focusing their efforts. It was then that Princess Kaelia, coordinating the desperate Kaelar defense from a hidden bunker, managed to transmit a vital package directly to Commander Thorne aboard the Solar Warden, who relayed it instantly to the pilots. It wasn't tactical data. It was ancient Kaelar scrolls, digitized under fire, their surfaces covered in intricate glyphs, depicting the 5 Titans merging into one colossal form. Pilots, Kaelia's voice, ragged but resolute, echoed through their neural link. The scrolls describe the Synedrian Ascala, the Pantheon Ascendant Protocol. It is not merely a mechanical combination. It requires alignment, a merging of will, spirit, and memory. The first pilots achieved it through shared vulnerability, a psychic resonance born of absolute trust. Thorne's voice followed hers, urgent. She's right. The Kaelar data confirms it. The final stage isn't technological, it's psychological, emotional. You have to synchronize on a deeper level, drop your barriers, trust each other, completely. A moment of charged silence hung between the 5 pilots, scattered across the war zone, fighting for their lives. Trust, Vulnerability, with bombs falling, comrades dying, and ancient machines screaming in their minds. It was Watts, the quiet empath, who spoke first, his voice strained but clear through the link, broadcasting not just words but the feeling behind them, the fear beneath his tactical calm. Valkyris feels isolated up here. I can see everything, but I can't be everywhere. I need your eyes on the ground, Cross. Your shields, Moreno. Cross surprisingly didn't joke. Yeah, well, Brontis is taking a pounding. Could use some cover fire, Skyboy. And Dax, keep those shields up, kid. You're doing good. Moreno, his voice trembling slightly, replied, Energy levels critical. Draelith adapting. I can't hold this sector alone for much longer. Fenn's clipped tones followed. Multiple command nodes disabled. Heavy resistance converging on Pyros's position. Reeve needs support. Reeve's steady voice anchored them. Acknowledged. Pressure intense. Holding the line, but Fenn is right. The primary drill is almost in position. He paused. We do this together, or not at all. Cruz didn't die for nothing. Harlan Cruz. The name resonated. The shared loss. The shared purpose. In that moment, amidst the carnage, something shifted. Defences lowered, not physical shields, but mental ones. The bravado, the detachment, the fear, the determination, it all flowed across the neural network, raw and unfiltered. They felt each other's struggles, strengths and anxieties. Empathy surged, forging connections stronger than any data link. A new energy signature flared from the 5 Titans, detected instantly by the Solar Warden. Commander, Jean exclaimed, energy cascade, it's starting. Across Kaelaris, the 5 Sentinels began to glow with an intense harmonic light. Valkyris descended from the sky. Brontis rose from the canyons. Stratos pulsed with power. Nocturne shimmered into visibility. Pyros ascended from the depths. Drawn by an invisible force, they converged over the ravaged capital city. Energy tendrils lashed out, connecting wing to shoulder, shield to fist, stealth plate to fire core. Metal flowed and reshaped. Systems integrated. 5 minds, 5 machine spirits, 5 pilots bound by shared vulnerability and desperate purpose, merged into something far greater. With a shockwave that rippled across the planet, the Pantheon Ascendant took form, a colossal humanoid figure easily dwarfing the largest Draelith ships, radiating an aura of pure incandescent energy, the size of a city. It was a beacon of impossible hope against the encroaching darkness. The ascent was complete. The formation of the Pantheon Ascendant sent a visible pulse of energy across Kaelaris, momentarily stunning the Draelith swarm. Their networked intelligence faltered, individual units pausing mid-stride, fighters veering off course. It was a brief respite, but enough for the colossal construct to orient itself. Inside the integrated command core, a space that felt both impossibly vast and intimately connected, the 5 pilots experienced true unity. They saw through each other's eyes, felt the thrum of combined power, thought and reacted as one entity. Watts's tactical overview guided Cross's ferocious strikes. Moreno managed the immense energy flow powering Reeve's amplified thermal weapons, while Fenn directed stealth fields and pinpoint targeting solutions. Their target coalesced from the chaos, the Hive Sovereign. It wasn't a single ship, but a monstrous entity. A living island formed from thousands of fused Draelith warbeasts, biocruisers, and corrupted Kaelar technology scavenged over millennia, all bound by the will of a central ancient Draelith intelligence. It pulsed with dark energy, bristling with weapons capable of cracking continents, its shadow falling over the ruined capital. The Pantheon Ascendant launched itself into battle. The scale was mythological, a god forged from human will, and ancient Kaelar science against a biomechanical nightmare composed of galactic wreckage. The clash began over the shattered city, energy beams thicker than skyscrapers crisscrossing the smoke-filled sky. The Pantheon Ascendant moved with surprising grace for its size, deflecting swarms of Draelith fighters with localized energy shields managed by Moreno's intuition, while Cross, controlling the primary limbs, delivered blows that shattered entire sections of the Sovereign's carapace. Reeve channeled Pyros's core through integrated emitters, bathing sections of the Sovereign in plasma fire, while Watts anticipated the Sovereign's shifting attack patterns, guiding the Pantheon Ascendant through incoming barrages. Fen identified and targeted critical synapse nodes deep within the Sovereign's mass. The battle raged, levelling already ruined districts. The shockwaves felt in orbit where the Solar Warden provided crucial support. Thorn, coordinating desperately, ordered targeted orbital strikes from the Warden's main cannons, weakening the Sovereign's outer defences, drawing fire away from the Pantheon Ascendant during critical moments. Focus fire on grid coordinates Delta 7. Give them covering fire, Thorn commanded, his knuckles white on the command chair. The Hive Sovereign adapted, learning, its ancient intelligence focusing its immense power. Tentacles of hardened biometal lashed out, grappling with the Pantheon Ascendant. Psychic assaults, amplified through corrupted Kaelar tech, hammered against the pilot's unified consciousness, threatening to tear their fragile bond apart. They felt the strain, the shared pain, the immense pressure. Doubt flickered. "It's too strong," Cross grunted, the Pantheon Ascendant reeling from a massive blow. "Energy reserves dropping," Moreno warned. "The psychic interference is destabilizing the core matrix." It was Kaelia's voice, patched through by Thorn, that cut through the rising panic. The scrolls, the final act, the Harmonia Plenus, channel your unity outwards. It's not just a weapon, it's a resonance. Disrupt its control. They understood. The Pantheon Ascendant wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, the very thing the Draelith swarm lacked. Focusing their combined will, pouring every ounce of their shared courage, discipline, empathy, and even fear into the core, they initiated the final protocol. The Pantheon Ascendant ceased its physical attacks. It braced itself amidst the swarm and began to glow with an almost unbearable white-gold light. A deep, resonant hum built, not of destruction, but of pure, ordered frequency. Then it unleashed the Harmonia Plenus, a planet-wide harmonic wave, a pulse of coordinated psychic and energy resonance designed to disrupt the Draelith-Hivemind connection. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the swarm. The wave washed over Kaelaris and surged into orbit. Individual Draelith units convulsed, their networked directives severed. Fighters spiraled out of control. Ground troops froze, reverting to basic, uncoordinated movements. The Hive Sovereign itself seemed to shudder violently, sections sloughing off as the binding intelligence fractured. Its coordinated attacks ceased, its form losing cohesion, consumed by internal feedback loops. The overwhelming threat dissolved into chaotic fragments. Seeing their sovereign broken, the remaining functional Draelith ships, their hive connection shattered, faltered, and began a disorganized retreat, vanishing back into the void from whence they came. The battle was over. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over Kaelaris, broken only by the crackle of fires and the low hum of the victorious Pantheon Ascendant standing sentinel over the devastated capital. The aftermath was sobering. Victory, hard-fought and costly. Kaelaris was saved from the Draelith, but the ruins were vast, the casualties immense. The insidious genetic decay remained, an enemy no Titan could fight. Queen Kaelia, now the weary leader of a scarred people, began the arduous task of rebuilding. The 5 pilots, psychically and physically drained, carefully separated the Pantheon Ascendant back into the individual Titan Sentinels. The magnificent machines, battered but intact, were returned to their subterranean chambers, their purpose served, awaiting a future unknown. None were lost, a testament to the pilot's skill and improbable synergy. A formal ceremony was held in the partially cleared plaza before the royal citadel. Before Kaelar survivors and the crew of the Solar Warden, Queen Kaelia posthumously honoured Sergeant Harlan Cruz. A Kaelar starstone, a gem said to hold the light of a dying star, was placed in the newly consecrated Hall of Guardians, commemorating his sacrifice, a human honoured among Kaelar legends. In the epilogue, a formal alliance was forged between the Kaelar Dominion and Earth, mediated by Commander Thorn. The existence of the Solar Warden was acknowledged. Its status shifted from clandestine observer to official protector of Kaelar space, a guardian against future incursions while the Kaelar focused on survival and recovery. As the Solar Warden prepared to depart Kaelaris, leaving behind liaison teams and relief supplies, Lieutenant Lucas Watts sat in his quarters, recording a personal log entry. His voice was quiet, tinged with the weariness and wonder of the preceding events. Log entry, Lieutenant Lucas Watts, cycle end. We depart Kaelaris orbit tomorrow. The cost was high. Sergeant Cruz, King Variel, so many Kaelar lives. The Draelith are scattered, broken for now. But the other threat, the one woven into their genes, remains. Queen, Kaelia faces a long, uncertain future. Yet, we answered the call. We stood the line. He paused, looking at the starfield outside his viewport. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. It felt older, deeper. It was a battle for memory, I think. For the echoes of ancient bonds, for the belief that promises made across millennia still hold weight. The Titans. They were incredible. But the Pantheon Ascendant, it wasn't just metal and energy. It was us. Moreno's ingenuity, Cross's fire, Fenn's focus, Reeves' calm, my perspective. Bound together by trust, forced by desperation, protecting something fragile and worth remembering. We became more than pilots, more than soldiers. For a short time, we were guardians. He ended the recording, the silence of deep space settling around him once more, the memory of the Pantheon Ascendant a lingering echo in his mind. The Solar Warden turned, its silent engines preparing to carry it back into the watchful darkness between the stars. Red Genesis, the Lost Vault of Mars. The Ares Vallis stretched before them, a magnificent desolation painted in 1,000 shades of ochre and rust under the thin salmon-pink sky of Mars. Commander Kyle Vance shielded his eyes, the visor of his NASA-issue exploration suit automatically polarizing against the distant sun's glare. 10 miles back, nestled against the ochre cliffs, sat the gleaming silver needles of the Arclight Run Flotilla, humanity's first permanent foothold on another world. A joint SpaceX-NASA venture carrying 100 souls poised on the edge of history. But out here, amidst the wind-scoured rocks and dunes sculpted by millennia of Martian weather, history felt immediate, raw, tangible. Surface reading stable, Commander, crackled the voice of Corin Wells, the mission's linguist and comm specialist, his usual irreverent tone slightly muted by the static. Seismic sensors picking up some low-frequency rumbles, probably just settling. Strata, but nothing anomalous. Copy that, Corin, Kyle replied, his gaze sweeping the horizon. He was a man carved from discipline and experience, an exobiologist by training but a leader by necessity. The ghosts of a past mission, one that hadn't returned intact, shadowed his thoughts even here, light years from Earth. Duty was his anchor. Amir, Sora, anything on the subsurface scans? Dr. Amir Dharan, the geologist whose infectious enthusiasm for ancient rocks rivaled a child's on Christmas morning, knelt beside a stratified outcrop, his gloved hand tracing patterns invisible to the untrained eye. Incredible layering, Kyle. Aeolian deposits, fluvial channels. This valley saw water, real flowing water, for longer than our models predicted. But the ground-penetrating radar, it's odd. Latia Sora Kim, the youngest of the quartet but a prodigy in systems engineering and resonance technology, adjusted the portable GPR unit. Her movements were precise, economical, her quiet, intensity a counterpoint to Amir's effervescence. There's significant interference, Commander. A dense mass about 50 meters down, metallic composition, but fractured, almost porous. It's scrambling the deeper signals. She tapped a control on her wrist interface, and the background radiation just ticked up slightly. Not dangerous, but noticeable. Kyle frowned. Anomalies weren't unexpected. Mars was a geological enigma, but scrambled signals and rising radiation hinted at something more complex. He checked the mission chronometer. They had another hour before needing to head back to the long haul, their pressurized rover parked half a mile away. Keep monitoring, Sora. Amir, anything visually distinct about that layer? Before Amir could answer, Corin's voice cut in, sharp with urgency. Commander, base is reporting a sudden intensification of atmospheric particulates southwest quadrant. Wind speeds increasing exponentially. They're calling it a Class 8, potentially 9 dust storm, developing much faster than forecast. ETA, 15 minutes. A chill, colder than the Martian air, snaked down Kyle's spine. Class 9 was unheard of, a planet-enveloping monster capable of blinding sensors, shredding equipment, and lasting for weeks. 15 minutes? They wouldn't even make it back to the rover. All personnel, immediate recall to the long haul, double time, Kyle commanded, his voice tight. Corin, maintain comms link with base as long as possible. The sky, moments before a serene canvas, began to curdle. The distant horizon dissolved into a roiling wall of crimson dust, advancing with terrifying speed. The wind rose from a whisper to a howl, plucking at their suits, kicking up stinging clouds of regolith. Visibility plummeted. "Can't see the rover!" Sora shouted over the wind's mounting shriek. "Follow my beacon!" Kyle activated his suit's emergency locator, a pulsing green light barely penetrating the swirling chaos. They stumbled forward, leaning into the gale, the world reduced to a maelstrom of red. Sand scoured their visors, the roar outside deafening even through their helmets. Static exploded in Kyle's ears. "Corin, status!" "Link, gone. Commander," Corin gasped, fighting for footing. "Signal, totally, occluded." They were cut off, blind, exposed. The long haul was likely already being buried. Panic threatened, cold and sharp. Kyle shoved it down. "Sora, that anomaly you detected, how far?" "Maybe 200 meters. Bearing 075, she yelled back, her voice strained. "The radiation, it's spiking near there." "Amir, any surface structures? Overhangs? Caves?" Kyle scanned desperately through the blinding dust. "Negative. Just open ground and wait." Amir pointed, his voice filled with disbelief. "There, look!" Through a momentary thinning of the dust, Kyle saw it. A shape, stark against the red chaos. Not natural. A perfectly smooth, black, tetrahedral spire, easily 30 meters tall, partially buried in the sand, its edges impossibly sharp. It seemed to absorb the dim light, yet pulsed with a faint internal luminescence, almost like veins beneath dark skin. It hummed. A low thrum felt more in the bones than heard. What in God's name? Corin breathed. Shelter, now, Kyle ordered, pushing them toward the impossible structure. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from their feet. The air was thick with abrasive dust, visibility near zero. They reached the base of the monolith, pressing against its cool, unnervingly smooth surface. The hum intensified, vibrating through their suits. There! Amir shouted, pointing along the base where the wind had scoured away the sand. An opening! A doorway! It wasn't a doorway in any conventional sense. More like a section of the black material had retracted or dissolved, revealing a darker void within. Geometric symbols, unlike anything Kyle had ever seen. Sharp angles, nested spirals, lines that seemed to shift and flow like liquid mercury, glowed faintly around the threshold. They pulsed in time with the structure's hum. Radiation is higher here but stable, Sora reported, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and awe. The structure seems to be shielding us somewhat from the storm. The wind howled like a banshee. Staying outside was suicide. Inside was the unknown. An alien structure, buried for potentially millions of years, humming with strange energy. Kyle looked at his team. Amir's wide, incredulous eyes, Sora's focused analysis even now, Corin's hand hovering over the sidearm they all carried but had never expected to use. His responsibility weighed heavier than the Martian gravity. Okay, Kyle said, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt inside. Sora, take point with the scanner. Amir, stick close. Corin, watch our 6, if 6 even applies in there. Weapons ready, safety's on, we go in, slowly. He took a breath, the recycled air suddenly feeling thin. Stepping across the glowing threshold was like passing through a thin film of energy. The roar of the storm outside instantly muted, replaced by the deep, resonant hum of the structure. They stood in a corridor seemingly carved from the same obsidian material as the exterior. The air was still, cool, and carried a faint metallic tang. Panels along the walls glowed with the same internal light, casting long, eerie shadows. The corridor stretched forward into darkness, the floor sloping gently downwards. The strange, fluid symbols flowed along the walls, pulsing softly. Behind them, the opening remained, a rectangle of swirling crimson fury against the sudden, profound silence. They were inside. They were safe from the storm, but they had just stepped into a mystery far deeper and potentially more dangerous than any Martian tempest. The Vault of Tharis had claimed them. The silence was immense, broken only by the thrumming, resonance that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the structure and the amplified sounds of their own breathing within their helmets. The corridor descended, its obsidian walls swallowing the beams of their helmet lamps almost greedily. The geometric symbols flowed alongside them, shifting subtly, rearranging themselves as if reacting to their presence. These glyphs, Corin murmured, running a gloved hand near but not touching, a particularly intricate spiral. They're not static. They resemble complex circuit diagrams, but also language, syntactic structures. See the repetition, the modifiers? Even in the face of the utterly alien, his linguist's mind was dissecting, analysing. It's like Egyptian hieroglyphs designed by a quantum physicist. Energy readings are off the scale, Sora reported, her voice hushed with awe. She gestured with her scanner. The walls themselves are conducting power, flowing from deeper within. And the air. Trace analysis shows noble gases, argon, neon, but negligible carbon dioxide or oxygen. Perfectly sterile, preserved. The corridor opened abruptly into a space so vast it stole their breath. They stood on a balcony, a precipice overlooking an abyss filled with impossible structures. Below them, bathed in the soft internal luminescence radiating from countless panels and glowing lines etched into the architecture, lay a city. An underground metropolis stretching further than their lights could penetrate, descending layer upon layer into the Martian crust. It wasn't built, it was carved. Towers spiraled downwards instead of up. Bridges of crystalline light arched across chasms thousands of feet deep. Buildings shaped like inverted pyramids, multifaceted jewels, and organic flowing sculptures clustered in intricate patterns. Walkways wider than Terran highways snaked between them, occasionally illuminated by floating spheres of light that drifted like captive stars. The scale was inhuman, dwarfing anything ever conceived on Earth. London, Tokyo, New York, they would be mere suburbs in this subterranean behemoth. "My God," Amir whispered, gripping the railing, his knuckles white even through the suit glove. It's Karnak meets Coruscant." "No signs of life," Sora stated, her scanner sweeping the panorama. "No heat signatures, no movement except..." She paused. Faint energy surges like dormant systems powering up, sequentially, following our path. As if on cue, a section of the city directly below them brightened. Lines of light traced intricate patterns across building facades, and one of the floating spheres detached itself from the distant gloom and drifted slowly towards their balcony. "Okay, definitely reacting to us," Corrin said, a nervous edge sharpening his wit. "Either it's welcoming the new neighbours, or the security system is waking up. Place your bets." Kyle scanned the immensity, his tactical mind racing. This wasn't just ruins, it felt poised, waiting. "Let's find a way down. Look for a central structure, maybe a control hub." They located a ramp spiralling gently down from the balcony, wide enough to accommodate vehicles far larger than their rover. As they descended, more lights activated ahead of them, illuminating their path, while the areas behind them dimmed slightly. The air remained still, cool, the resonant hum a constant companion. They passed structures that defied easy categorization. Some resembled vast public squares, empty save for geometric fountains carved from the same obsidian material, their basins dry but intricately detailed. Others looked like marketplaces or grand halls, filled with alcoves and platforms, silent and deserted. The architecture was a baffling fusion. The stark geometry of the exterior mixed with flowing, almost biological curves, adorned with those ever-present shifting glyphs. After an hour of descent, they reached a lower level, a wide plaza opening onto several colossal hangar bays carved directly into the cavern wall. Inside, suspended in Silovoi pole, guessing force field or stasis, that shimmered faintly, were ships, starships. They weren't the functional cylinders or winged craft of human design. These were sleek manta-ray shapes of the same black, light-absorbing material as the city itself. Smooth, menacing, utterly alien, yet possessing a predatory grace. Some were enormous, easily cruisers or carriers hundreds of meters long. Others were smaller, fighter-sized craft, docked along magnetic pylons that rose from the floor like metallic trees. These smaller ships were scarab-shaped, compact, and deadly-looking. Several of the larger vessels bore marks, scoring, impact craters, sections that looked melted or torn, battle scars. "They fought someone," Kyle observed grimly, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. "Or something." Amir moved closer to one of the giant manta ships, his faceplate nearly touching the shimmering field holding it aloft. The design philosophy, it's consistent with the glyphs, utilitarian yet deeply symbolic. Look at the wingtips. They echo the spiral motifs we saw in the corridor. Sora ran her scanner along the edge of the field. High energy containment, stable but drawing significant power. And Commander, these ships, they're not just old, radiometric dating from residual particles trapped on the hull plating. We're looking at dates potentially exceeding 50,000 years, maybe older. 50,000 years before recorded human history. While Homo sapiens were chipping flint in caves, this civilization was building starships and fighting interstellar wars beneath the surface of Mars. Deeper within the hangar bay they found something else, a sealed chamber, the door marked with a complex circular glyph pulsed with brighter light. Sora approached it cautiously. There's a console here. No buttons, no screen, just a smooth surface with indented glyphs. Can you interface with it? Kyle asked. Sora hesitated. It's not like our tech. It seems passive, waiting for input but not digital input. More like resonance. She remembered the description of her specialization. Resonance tech prodigy. An experimental field back on Earth, exploring harmonic frequencies and sympathetic vibrations as control interfaces. She'd always felt a connection to machines, an intuition about their inner workings. This felt like that, amplified 1,000-fold. Tentatively, she placed her gloved palm over the largest glyph on the console. Nothing happened. She focused, trying to recall the hum of the city, the flow of the symbols. She thought about the immense silence, the weight of ages. Still nothing. Then a flicker of emotion surfaced. The grief for her brother, lost years ago, a sharp pang she usually kept buried. It resonated within her, a pure, clear frequency of loss and love. The glyph beneath her hand flared, lines of light shot across, the door converging on the central symbol. With a deep grinding sound that echoed the structure's hum, the massive door slid open. Beyond it lay not a control room, but something akin to a library or archive. Crystalline panels lined the walls, inert and dark. In the centre of the room stood a pedestal, and upon it floated a holographic projection, a star map. But the central star wasn't Sol. It was a binary system, 2 suns pulsing gently in the holographic display, and around them, worlds, dozens of them linked by faint lines of light. One of those lines led outwards, towards another star system, starkly alone in the projected void. A single, familiar yellow star. Sol. Corrin stepped forward, transfixed. Is that Earth? Before anyone could answer, one of the crystalline panels on the wall flickered to life. Not with data, but with an image. A world of lush green jungles and towering bioluminescent trees under a double sunrise. Figures moved within it, tall, slender, recognisably human, clad in simple flowing robes. They looked peaceful, serene. Then another panel activated. It showed a different world, one ravaged by war. Shattered cities, orbital bombardments, figures in angular armoured suits battling amidst ruins under the same twin suns. A third panel flared, displaying Earth. Primitive villages, pyramids rising from desert sands, recognisable continents. And then images of ships, not the manta rays or scarabs outside, but different designs, descending from the sky. Figures emerging, interacting with the early inhabitants. Egyptian gods, ancient astronauts. They came from there, Amir breathed, pointing to the binary system. Fled something, a war, and they came here, to Earth, and to Mars. Kyle felt the weight of the discovery settle on him. This wasn't just an alien city. It was a lost chapter of human history, a cradle or perhaps a refuge. The implications were staggering. Humanity wasn't alone, and it wasn't even solely terrestrial. But the evidence of conflict, the damaged ships, the 2 contrasting worlds orbiting the twin suns, this legacy was complex, potentially dangerous. His duty, once confined to his crew and mission, now felt impossibly vast. He was standing in the heart of a 50,000-year-old mystery, that redefined everything humanity thought it knew about itself. And the city, panel by panel, archive by archive, was just beginning to share its secrets. The weight of revelation pressed down on them, heavier than the tons of rock and regolith overhead. Humanity, seeded or exiled from a distant binary system, a vast Martian metropolis as a way station, Earth a later colony, or perhaps a forgotten outpost. The silent, watchful city felt less like a tomb and more like a paused recording, waiting for someone to press play. "Okay," Corin said, breaking the stunned silence, his voice attempting levity but betraying the underlying shock. "So, space Egyptians from a double sun system built Mars Vegas and maybe gave Earth the pyramid scheme? Got it. What's next on the tour? The casino floor? The all-you-can-eat nebula buffet?" Sora, however, was focused on the console she'd activated. The glyphs continued to glow, pulsing softly in response to her proximity. This console, it's more than just a door lock or an archive viewer. It feels like a primary interface node. The emotional resonance. It wasn't just a key, it felt like authentication. She tentatively placed her hand back on the surface, focusing not on grief this time, but on curiosity, a desire to understand. The holographic star map shifted, lines brightened, symbols flared around certain star systems. Text, or what passed for text in the flowing glyph language, scrolled beside the images. "Whoa," Corin breathed, stepping closer. "It's responding to you, Sora. Can you ask it something?" "I don't know how," Sora admitted. "It's not verbal, it's feeling, intent." She concentrated, visualizing the hangars, the ships. How do these work? How do they fly? In response, the archive panels flickered rapidly, showing schematics that looked like cross-sections of the manta ray vessels, energy flow diagrams, and glyph sequences that Corin instantly recognized as potential command protocols. Simultaneously, a section of the plaza outside the archive chamber began to glow. A circular platform rose silently from the floor, about 10 meters across. From slits around its edge, a soft, shimmering field, similar to the ones holding the starships aloft, flickered into existence. "Anti-gravity," Kyle stated, recognizing the principle if not the execution. "A transport skimmer. It activated because I thought about flight." Sora looked bewildered yet intrigued. "The city? It's interpreting intent through emotional and resonant frequencies." "Let's try it," Kyle decided. Caution warred with the urgent need to explore more efficiently. Walking could take lifetimes in a city this size. "Sora, see if you can guide it. Corin, keep trying to make sense of those glyphs. Navigation, power systems, anything. Amir, document everything. We need to understand what we've found." They stepped onto the platform. It felt solid, yet strangely yielding. As Sora focused, visualizing movement, a low hum intensified beneath their feet. The skimmer lifted smoothly, silently, a meter off the plaza floor. With Sora concentrating on direction, visualizing a path forward through the immense cavern, the platform glided forward, accelerating rapidly but smoothly. Flying through the vault of Tharis was like soaring through a dream of impossible architecture. They swept past the downward-reaching towers, crossed the silent chasms on bridges of pure light, and peered into vast, empty amphitheatres carved into the rock. The scale remained overwhelming, humbling. Lights continued to pace them, illuminating sectors of the city as they approached, plunging previous areas back into a slumbering twilight. Fountains remained dry, plazas empty, but the feeling of dormant potential was palpable. "Picking up multiple larger energy signatures ahead," Sora reported after nearly an hour of travel. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she guided the skimmer. Massive power conduits converging, and chambers, very large chambers. They navigated towards the energy convergence, finding themselves entering a district that felt distinctly different. The architecture was more severe, more utilitarian. Platforms held arrays of unfamiliar devices that looked like weapons emplacements. Complex metallic structures bristling with emitters and lenses. They passed more hangars, these holding only the smaller scarab-shaped fighter drones, nested tightly into magnetic racks that lined the walls like dormant insects. Some of these drones also showed signs of damage, blackened hulls, fractured winglets. Suddenly, alarm klaxons, deep and resonant, echoed through the cavern. Red lights began flashing along the walls, bathing the severe architecture in pulsing crimson. Glyphs flashed urgently on nearby panels. "What's happening?" Amir asked, startled. "Multiple systems activating," Sora cried out, the skimmer wobbling slightly as her concentration faltered. "Energy spikes across this entire sector. Those fighter racks, they're powering up." "Security systems?" Kyle surmised grimly. Did activating the skimmer trigger a broader alert? Or maybe accessing the archive, Corin suggested, frantically trying to decipher the flashing glyphs displayed on his wrist-mounted interface, linked wirelessly to Sora's scanner. Whatever it is, the city thinks we're intruders. These symbols, they look like lockdown protocols. Threat assessment. From the hangar walls, several of the scarab drones detached from their magnetic pylons. Blue energy crackled around their forward emitters. They rose silently into the air, their multifaceted optical sensors focusing on the skimmer. "Evasive maneuvers, Sora!" Kyle barked. Sora reacted instantly, focusing her intent. The skimmer banked sharply, diving towards the intricate cityscape below as bolts of blue energy lanced past them, impacting the cavern wall with explosive force. More drones detached, swarming after them like angry hornets. "They're fast!" Corin yelled, ducking as another energy bolt sizzled overhead. "We need cover and a defensible position." Kyle scanned the area, his tactical training kicking in. "There, that structure. Look shielded, reinforced. Get us inside." He pointed to a squat, bunker-like building nestled between two larger towers, its entrance a heavy glyph-marked portal currently sealed. Sora drove the skimmer towards it, weaving through architectural projections as energy bolts rained around them. The drones anticipated their movements, boxing them in. "The door's sealed," Amir shouted. "How do we get in?" "Sora, the console interface. Can you access the door system from here?" Kyle asked urgently. "Trying." Sora closed her eyes for a moment, ignoring the chaos around them, focusing her will, pushing past the fear. She projected the feeling of sanctuary, necessity, urgency. The skimmer's console pulsed in response. On the bunker door ahead, the glyphs flared. Just as a drone lined up a direct shot, the massive portal slid open. Sora gunned the skimmer through the opening, and the door slammed shut behind them, cutting off the screech of energy fire and the sight of the pursuing drones. They were inside, plunged into near darkness, the only light coming from their suits and the faintly glowing controls of the skimmer. The resonant hum of the city seemed deeper, more ominous here. They found themselves in what looked like an ancient command chamber. Consoles lined the walls, dark save for the emergency red lighting. A large circular platform dominated the centre of the room, covered in dormant glyphs. "Status report," Kyle said, his voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "Skimmer is undamaged," Sora reported, her breathing heavy. "Door is sealed, heavily reinforced. External sensors show the drones are hovering outside, scanning." "I think I'm getting somewhere with the language," Corin said, pointing to his display. "The lockdown glyphs correlate with threat levels. We seem to have tripped a mid-level security response. But there are other symbols here. Command overrides, system resets, linked to that central platform." "Can you activate it?" Kyle asked. "Not directly," Corin replied. "It requires sequence authorization, like the archive door. It seems keyed to complex emotional states. The glyphs suggest concepts like sacrifice, resolve, legacy. Sora looked at the central platform, then back at the sealed door where the drones waited. She thought of the archive images, the peaceful world, the war-torn one, the ancient Earth. She thought of her brother, the grief still a tangible ache within her, but mixed with it now was a fierce determination, a resolve to understand this place, to protect her crew. Sacrifice, resolve, legacy. She stepped towards the central platform, placing her hand on its cool surface. She didn't try to replicate an emotion. She simply let her own complex feelings flow. Grief intertwined with fierce protectiveness, fear woven with determination. The platform beneath her hand lit up. Glyphs raced across its surface, converging in the centre. Consoles around the room flickered to life, bathing the chamber in a cool blue light, replacing the urgent red. A low thrum filled the room as power surged. "Whoa," Corin breathed. "System access granted. Sora, you just hotwired an alien command centre with feelings." On a large display screen that materialised from the wall, schematics of the city sector appeared, showing the drone locations, power flows, and something else. Something that made Kyle's blood run cold. Deep within the sector, far below there, current level, another massive energy signature flared to life. Far larger than the drones, larger even than the hangars. A symbol appeared next to it on the screen. A ring, segmented, surrounded by complex interlocking glyphs. "What is that?" Amir asked, pointing to the symbol. Corin traced the glyphs on his display. According to this, they called it the Sky Gate, the path between stars. They hadn't just triggered the security drones, they had started the activation sequence for a Stargate. The activation of the Sky Gate sent a palpable tremor through the command chamber, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated up through the floor. On the main display, the ring symbol pulsed with intensifying energy, drawing power from conduits that snaked through the schematic like luminous serpents. The city wasn't just waking up, it was preparing for departure. Okay, activating a potential interstellar transport system while killer drones are trying to break down the door might not have been Plan A, Corin quipped, though his fingers flew across the holographic interface projected from his wrist unit, cross-referencing the newly accessible data streams. Good news. Sora's emotional login gave her significant system privileges. Bad news. The gate activation seems to have triggered higher-level defense protocols. As if on cue, the display shifted, showing external views. The scarab drones outside the bunker were now being joined by larger, more menacing shapes detaching from previously unseen alcoves high in the cavern walls. These were angular, almost skeletal fighter craft, different from the manta shapes in the main hangars, clearly automated defense units. They began engaging the scarab drones, streaks of energy fire crisscrossing the vast underground space. Infighting? Amir asked, bewildered. Why would the city's defences attack each other? Corin highlighted sections of the newly accessed data. Hypothesis: the scarab drones represent a localised, perhaps sector-specific security system, maybe even one that's degraded or corrupted over millennia. These new fighters, they seem linked directly to the gate's activation sequence. A primary defence grid maybe, purging the lesser systems that responded incorrectly to our presence. Or, Sora suggested quietly, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Maybe the scarabs were the original defence, and these new ones are something else. Something left behind by whoever damaged those ships in the hangar. Kyle watched the silent, deadly ballet on the screen. Whatever the reason, it buys us time. Corin, focus on the gate. What does it take to stabilise it? Can we shut it down? Working on it, Corin muttered. The glyphs are complex. It's not just engineering, it's almost ritualistic. There are sequences tied to celestial alignments, energy harmonics, and this. He projected an image onto the main screen. the twin sun symbol they'd seen in the archive now intricately linked with the gate schematics. Amir stepped closer, his geologist's eye for patterns finding purchase even in the alien script. The twin suns, look how they're positioned relative to the gate symbol, and these branching pathways, it's like the map in the archive chamber. 2 primary destinations maybe, linked to the 2 branches of, well, whoever these people were. He traced a flow diagram. It seems the gate requires alignment not just physically, but energetically, tuned to a specific destination frequency. Can you identify the destinations? Kyle pressed. Amir studied the glyphs, comparing them to the archive images. This sequence, he pointed, seems to correspond with the peaceful jungle world. The glyphs evoke harmony, growth, origin. This other sequence, he indicated a more complex, jagged set of symbols, matches the war-torn world. These glyphs suggest struggle, division, terminus. Origin and terminus, Sora breathed. 2 paths for humanity's ancestors. Commander, Corin suddenly shouted. Power fluctuations. The gate activation is drawing immense energy, but the flow is unstable. The battle outside, secondary explosions. They're damaging some primary conduits. If the grid destabilizes completely, the gate could overload. The resulting energy discharge. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A blast that could power interstellar travel, unleashed uncontrollably within a confined underground city. It would vaporize everything. Kyle scanned the chamber schematics Corin projected. Power regulation nodes. Where are they? Corin highlighted several points on the city map, deep within the sector, some in areas now crawling with the battling drones and fighters. There are primary junctions, but accessing them is suicide. There might be a master regulation conduit accessible from beneath this command chamber. It's a long shot, requires bypassing multiple safety interlocks. If it stops this place from blowing up, we take it, Kyle said decisively. Sora, can you open a maintenance access way? Sora, already anticipating, focused on the central platform where she had initiated the override. She visualized access, repair, stabilization. A section of the floor near the wall slid silently open, revealing a narrow, dark shaft descending into the humming depths. A faint blue light pulsed rhythmically far below. Amir, Sora, stay here, Kyle commanded. Monitor the gate. Keep trying to understand the controls. Corin, you're with me. We need your interface skills to bypass those interlocks. Into the scary glowing basement it is, Corin said, grabbing a portable interface kit, just like summer camp. Kyle clipped a descent cable to his suit harness and hooked it onto a recessed anchor point above the shaft. He checked Corin's harness, then nodded. Maintain comms, let's move. They rappelled down into the shaft, the main chamber shrinking above them. The air grew warmer, thick with the smell of ozone and the thrum of immense power. Below, the blue light intensified, emanating from a crystalline conduit easily 3 meters in diameter, pulsing like a living heart. Glyphs swirled across its surface. Access panels sealed with intricate locking mechanisms dotted the surrounding walls. Okay, Big Blue is definitely the main power line, Corin confirmed, connecting his kit to a nearby interface port. Now for the safety interlocks. These things are ancient, Kyle, layer upon layer of protocols. He worked quickly, alien symbols scrolling across his display. Almost got it. It requires simultaneous manipulation of energy harmonics. I can handle the sequence logic, but someone needs to manually shunt the feedback loop at the precise moment. That someone, he looked at Kyle, has to physically override the circuit breaker. He pointed to a heavy, lever-like mechanism set into the wall beside the conduit, glowing with contained energy. When I give the signal, you throw that switch. Timing has to be perfect, or it could feedback pulse the entire grid. Kyle positioned himself by the lever. It felt warm through his gloves. He could feel the raw power surging nearby. Ready when you are, Corin. Initiating bypass sequence. Now, Corin shouted. Glyphs flashed wildly on his display. Harmonic stabilizing. Almost there. Feedback loop identified. Kyle. Now. Kyle threw his weight against the lever. It resisted for a terrifying moment, then slammed downwards with a heavy thud. The pulsing blue light in the main conduit steadied, the violent energy fluctuations smoothing out. The overwhelming hum lessened slightly, becoming a steady, powerful drone. Did it work? Kyle asked, breathing heavily. Grid stabilized, Corin exclaimed, relief flooding his voice. Gate power flow is steady. We just stopped Mars from becoming a new asteroid belt. Suddenly Sora's voice crackled over the comms, tight with urgency. Commander, something's happening with the gate. The alignment. It's locking. But it's not pointing to the origin world or the terminus world. It's cycling through other coordinates, unfamiliar star systems. One of them. Commander, it looks like Saul. It's trying to lock onto Earth. The revelation hung in the subterranean air. The sky gate stabilized but now cycling through destinations, potentially locking onto Earth. Back in the command chamber, Sora and Amir watched the main display in stunned silence as the glyph sequence representing the target coordinates shifted, momentarily resembling patterns Corin had tentatively identified as relating to their home system. Is that even possible? Amir wondered aloud. Could this gate reach across 50,000 years of stellar drift? The coordinates would be vastly different. Maybe the system auto-updates, Sora speculated, her mind racing through possibilities. Or maybe Earth was always a designated waypoint, its relative position constantly tracked. The implications were dizzying. A direct path back home, bypassing the months-long journey via Starship. But a path that could also lead from Earth, or expose Earth to whatever conflict had scarred this city and its creators. Kyle and Corin ascended quickly back into the command chamber, the immediate crisis of the power overload averted. Report, Kyle demanded, striding towards the display. The gate stabilized, Commander, Sora confirmed, but its destination lock is erratic. It cycled past origin and terminus, and seems to be searching. We saw glyphs correlating with Sol system coordinates for a moment, but it moved on. Now it's settling. On the screen, the whirling symbols slowed, finally locking onto a new sequence, one that didn't match origin, terminus, or Sol. A complex, unfamiliar pattern pulsed steadily beside the activated gate symbol. Where does that lead? Kyle asked, turning to Amir and Corin. Corin cross-referenced the glyphs with the archive data. No direct, matching the archive worlds we saw. But the root structure, it shares elements with the origin glyphs, harmony, creation, but also contains modifiers suggesting sanctuary, confluence, renewal. Amir traced the unfamiliar stellar configuration depicted alongside the glyphs. It's a trinary star system, unknown from Earth astronomy as far as I know. Sanctuary? Could this be where they intended to go? A refuge beyond the conflict? The external view screen showed the battle outside had ceased. The skeletal defense fighters hovered silently, while the damaged Scarab drones lay inert. The gate chamber itself, deep below, pulsed with contained, stable energy. The path was open. They stood at a precipice far more profound than the physical edge of the city's abyss. Behind them lay the known, Mars, the Arclight mission, Earth, a humanity confined to a single solar system, ignorant of its sprawling ancient heritage. Ahead lay the unknown, a pathway across interstellar space forged by ancestors fleeing conflict, leading to a potential sanctuary orbiting 3 suns. The choice was stark. We could try to shut it down, Corin offered, though his voice lacked conviction. Seal this place, hike back to the rover, assuming the storm ever clears, and report back to base. Let Earth decide what to do. And risk someone else finding this, Sora countered. or risk whatever threat caused the Terminus world finding us through this connection. We activated it. It feels like our responsibility. Amir nodded slowly. This discovery changes everything. The history of humanity, our place in the cosmos. It's not just data to be filed. It's a legacy. Perhaps a destiny. He looked at Kyle. The archives showed two branches of humanity, estranged, one possibly destroyed or locked in eternal war. What if the sanctuary world represents a chance for reunification, or at least understanding? Kyle felt the immense gravity of the moment. His duty, always his North Star, was now pulling him in multiple directions. Duty to his crew, to the mission parameters, to Earth. But also a nascent duty to the truth they had uncovered, to the echoes of these ancient humans whose blood might very well run in their own veins. To return to Earth with this knowledge felt incomplete, like finding a map to El Dorado and turning back at the city gates. He thought of the damaged ships, the defensive drones, the bifurcated destiny shown in the archives. Sealing the city might protect Earth in the short term, but ignorance was a fragile shield. Understanding the past, confronting the legacy, seemed the only path to securing a future. Stepping through that gate was an unimaginable risk, a leap into potentially hostile territory or simply lethal emptiness. But staying behind felt like a betrayal of the very spirit of exploration that had brought them to Mars. He looked at his team, Sora, whose unique sensitivity had been the key, Amir, whose scientific awe was tempered by profound insight, Corin, whose intellect and humour grounded them. They had faced the storm, navigated the impossible city, battled ancient defences and stabilised a stargate. They were no longer just astronauts. They were inheritors. The Arclight mission parameters were clear, Kyle said, his voice resonating in the quiet chamber. Establish a foothold, explore, report, but no parameter accounted for this. He gestured towards the pulsing gate symbol on the screen. Reporting this second hand won't convey the truth, the scale, the implications, and it leaves this power, this pathway, vulnerable. He met each of their gazes. Our primary duty is to the survival and advancement of humanity. Right now, I believe that duty lies forward, not back. We have stumbled upon the grandest mystery of our species. We have the chance to understand our origins, perhaps prevent a conflict that stretches back millennia, or find allies we never knew existed. Paused, letting the weight of his words settle. This is not an order I can give lightly. It goes beyond any mission profile, but I believe it's the necessary choice. Our report to Earth will have to wait. Our exploration continues. He looked towards the schematic showing the Skygate chamber. Corin, can you interface with the gate controls from here? Ensure the destination lock remains stable on Sanctuary? Aye, Commander, Corin replied, already working. Locked and confirmed. Sora, Amir, grab any portable archive data possible and essential supplies from the skimmer. We travel light. They moved with renewed purpose, the debate settled, the path chosen. Within minutes, they were back on the anti-gravity skimmer, gliding silently through the now quiet sector towards the immense energy signature of the gate chamber. The chamber dwarfed even the grandest spaces they had yet seen. A colossal ring, easily 200 meters in diameter, dominated the space. It was constructed of the same obsidian material as the city, inlaid with glowing glyphs that pulsed in time with the structure's deep hum. The ring itself floated free, unsupported by any visible means, rotating slowly. Within the circumference of the ring, space itself seemed distorted, shimmering like heat haze over desert sand, but swirling with faint ethereal colours, blues, violets, golds. It wasn't projecting an image, it was the portal. Sora guided the skimmer onto a platform extending towards the base of the ring. The air crackled with contained energy. Looking into the shimmering portal was like staring into infinity. Kyle Vance stood at the edge, his crew beside him. The red dust of Mars felt a universe away. He took a final look back at the vast, silent city. The Vault of Tharis, cradle and tomb, testament to a lost epoch. Then he turned towards the swirling light. "Lieutenant Kim, take us through," Commander Kyle Vance ordered, his voice steady, resonant with the immensity of the step they were about to take. Sora focused her intent, and the skimmer moved forward, crossing the threshold from the known into the utterly unknown. The shimmering light enveloped them, not blinding but cool, silent, erasing the obsidian chamber from view. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but the swirling colours and the feeling of transition, of movement beyond comprehension. Then, new light dawned ahead. They emerged not into darkness, but into the soft, multi-hued glow of a sky illuminated by 3 suns, one golden, one pale blue, one a gentle crimson, casting long, strange shadows across a landscape unlike anything they had ever imagined. The Vault of Tharis was behind them. The journey into humanity's forgotten past and uncertain future had truly begun. The gate shimmered, waiting, a path between worlds left open. The Aethyr Protocol. Berlin, October 1946. The city was a corpse picked clean, its bones jutting into a sky the colour of dishwater slate. Autumn gnawed at the ruins, a damp chill that seeped through threadbare coats and settled deep in the marrow. It was a landscape of absences, missing walls, missing roofs, missing people, and sometimes missing realities. Inside the skeletal remains of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, jagged shards of stained glass littered the floor like fallen jewels amidst the grey dust and pigeon droppings. The air hung thick with the scent of ozone, damp stone and something else. Something metallic and acrid, like a struck match held too close to the nose. It was here, amidst the desolation, that the impossible had torn a hole in the merely catastrophic. Vivian Hale knelt, her gloved fingers tracing patterns in the thick layer of disturbed dust. Around her, grim-faced men in ill-fitting Allied uniforms stood awkwardly, their weapons held loosely, useless against whatever had happened here. They'd called it an explosion initially, but there was no crater, no shrapnel, only deformation. A section of the stone floor rippled, as if momentarily liquid, before re-solidifying into angles that made the eyes water and the stomach churn. Impossible geometry etched into ancient basalt. 2 bodies. One was little more than a charcoal silhouette fused to the flagstones, arms raised in supplication or agony. No scorch marks radiated outwards. No smell of burnt flesh lingered. Only that sharp, ozonic tang. It was as if the man had contained his own immolation, burning from the inside out with a fire colder than ice. The second body simply wasn't there. Eyewitnesses, frightened Trümmerfrauen, women clearing rubble, spoke of a man in a long coat chanting, vanishing mid-syllable in a flash of non-light. A visual silence that had swallowed him whole. Vivian wasn't military police nor forensics. She was OSS, or what was rapidly dissolving and reforming from it. Specifically, she belonged to a department so secret it barely had a name, filed away under the deliberately nondescript heading, Axis Null. Her expertise wasn't ballistics or espionage in the traditional sense. It was language, ancient tongues, dead dialects, the coded communications of cults, and the intricate, often terrifying symbology of the occult. The war had unearthed more than just bunkers and V-rockets. It had dragged arcane secrets blinking into the harsh light of the atomic age. Her commanding officer, a clipped, precise man named Sterling, who seemed perpetually annoyed by the universe's refusal to adhere to proper procedure, had briefed her tersely. Anomalous event. Suspected occult activity. Possible link to Arnenerba remnants. Your field. She ran her fingers over the edge of the warped stone. Cold. Utterly cold. But beneath the chill, her sensitive fingertips detected faint vibrations, a subaudible hum that resonated like a struck tuning fork the size of a cathedral. In the centre of the warped area, almost invisible, was a complex sigil. Not carved, not painted, but present, as if the stone itself had remembered a shape it was never meant to hold. Vivian pulled a compact high-intensity lamp from her satchel, angling the beam. The sigil resolved. It wasn't Nazi, it wasn't Rosicrucian, nor Golden Dawn, though it shared elements with the latter's Enochian system. It felt older, cleaner, more mathematically pure, yet terrifyingly alien. Nearby, her assigned liaison, Agent Ward Kincaid from the Counterintelligence Corps, cleared his throat. Kincaid was younger than her, handsome in a way that seemed slightly out of place in this ravaged city, with eyes that were perhaps too watchful. "Find anything, Miss Hale?" "Geometry that shouldn't exist," she murmured, sketching the sigil rapidly in her notebook. "And residue, not chemical, energetic." She looked up from the charcoal figure. "The witnesses mentioned chanting," Kincaid nodded. "Sounded like gibberish, they said. Harsh, guttural. Was anything recovered? Papers? Books?" Kincaid gestured towards an evidence bag held by one of the soldiers. Inside were several charred notebooks, a strange metallic rod pulsing with a faint internal light, and a single, remarkably preserved leather-bound volume. Vivian took the volume carefully. Its cover was blank, embossed with the same sigil from the floor. She opened it. The pages were filled with dense, meticulous script, interspersed with complex diagrams that blended circuit schematics, astronomical charts, and alchemical symbols. But the language... Sumerian, Vivian breathed, recognizing the cuneiform script instantly. Mixed with something else, Masonic ciphers perhaps, and mathematical notation I don't recognize. She flipped through the pages, her mind racing. Concepts leaped out. Resonant frequencies, dimensional harmonics, ether, the 33rd key. "Ether?" Kincaid asked, leaning closer. "Like the old luminiferous ether theory?" "Perhaps related," Vivian said, distracted. "But this context feels different, more esoteric. In ceremonial magic, the ethers are planes of existence, increasingly abstract realms explored through scrying and invocation." She stopped at a diagram depicting 17 intersecting circles, overlaid with glyphs matching the sigil. Below it, a single line of clear text, Elias Drake, Solitude Observatory, NM, Project Alter. "Drake," Kincaid said, his eyes narrowing. There was a Drake on the list of known associates for this little Berlin cell. Elias Drake. Theoretical physicist, dabbler in the fringe. Went off the grid 6 months ago. We assumed captured or killed. "Apparently not," Vivian said, closing the book. The name resonated, not just from intelligence briefings. She'd seen Drake's name footnotes in obscure physics journals years ago, proposing theories that bordered on the mystical. Axis Null needs to locate this observatory, now. Sterling, contacted via a secure scrambler line Kincaid produced, was initially skeptical. New Mexico was a long way from Berlin's ruins, but Vivian was insistent. The book, the sigil, the impossible event, they pointed towards something far more complex than leftover Nazi fanatics playing with forces they didn't understand. This felt like part of a larger, older pattern. The name Drake and the reference to the ether weren't just clues, They felt like coordinates on a map that stretched beyond borders, beyond ideologies, perhaps even beyond conventional reality. "All right, Hale," Sterling conceded, his voice tinny over the line, "but tread carefully. The desert hides more than just snakes and secrets these days. And take Kincaid. CIC has an interest in unconventional physics." As Vivian packed the strange book and her notes, the cold hum from the warped stone seemed to intensify for a moment, a silent vibration that resonated not in her ears, but directly in the bones of her skull, a whisper from a place without sound. The war might be over, but something else was just beginning. Something ancient, patient, and utterly inhuman. The ether was calling. The high desert of New Mexico was another world entirely. Gone was the grey damp of Berlin, replaced by an immense crystalline sky, arching over a landscape of stark mesas and wind-sculpted rock, the colour of dried blood. The silence here was profound, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling on thermal currents, or the dry rustle of unseen things in the scrub. Solitude Observatory perched atop a remote mesa like a forgotten sentinel, its copper dome tarnished green by decades of sun and isolation. Getting there had involved a series of increasingly less official modes of transport, ending with a bone-jarring jeep ride up a barely-there trail, guided by Kincaid's unnervingly accurate sense of direction. Axis Null's reach was impressive, Vivian conceded, cutting through red tape with quiet efficiency. The observatory wasn't abandoned, merely dormant. Power lines, jury-rigged and humming faintly, snaked across the dusty ground towards a small generator shed. The main door was unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of dust, old paper, and the same faint ozone tang she'd noted in Berlin. The main observation room was dominated by the skeletal mount of a massive telescope, its optics removed, now draped in cables and wires connecting it to an array of bizarre devices. Vacuum tubes glowed beside gleaming brass rods, arranged in complex geometric patterns. Repurposed radio equipment hissed and crackled. Crystalline structures pulsed with soft internal light. It was a bizarre fusion of cutting-edge electronics, salvaged military hardware, and what looked disturbingly like ceremonial magic apparatus. A man emerged from the shadows beneath the telescope mount, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. He was older than Vivian expected, perhaps early 40s, with eyes that burned with a feverish intensity behind thick spectacles. His hair was an untamed shock of dark curls, threaded with premature grey, and his clothes were stained with oil and something that looked suspiciously like dried incense ash. This had to be Elias Drake. "You shouldn't be here," Drake said, his voice raspy, unused. He didn't seem surprised, merely wary, like a man expecting intrusion. "Axis Null, I presume? Or is it the other ones?" "Axis Null," Vivian confirmed, holding up her identification. Kincaid remained near the door, observing silently. "We're investigating an incident in Berlin. Your name came up. Your work." Drake laughed, a short, harsh sound. "My work?" They called it madness, delusion, until they saw what it could do, until they tried to weaponize the irrational. He gestured vaguely at the chaotic assembly of equipment. They thought they were opening a door. Fools. It's not a door, it's a bridge. And not between places. "Between realities?" Vivian prompted, stepping closer, recognizing symbols from the Berlin notebook etched onto some of the brass rods. Drake's eyes locked onto hers, sharp and unnervingly perceptive. "You have the sight, don't you? You feel the resonance?" He nodded slowly. "Yes, between realities. Dimensions, if you prefer the clumsy terminology. The ethers aren't physical locations. They're nested strata of consciousness, information matrices woven into the fabric of space-time itself. What happened in Berlin? They forced an unstable resonance, tried to brute force the 33rd key. The book we found mentioned the keys, Vivian said, and the Aethyr invocation. The invocation isn't a prayer, Drake explained, pacing now energized. It's a command sequence, a vibrational algorithm. You tune reality like a radio, focusing consciousness as the receiver. Science, magic, they're just different interfaces for the same operating system. The ancients knew it. The mystery schools encoded it. The Nazis stumbled onto fragments of it, twisting it for their own pathetic ends. He gestured towards a device incorporating a piece of glowing, non-terrestrial-looking metal, the star metal mentioned in Beasley's notes. This helps stabilize the field, focuses the resonance. "Who are the other ones you mentioned?" Kincaid asked, his voice cutting through Drake's fervent explanation. Drake stopped pacing, his expression clouding over with suspicion or perhaps fear. The Watchers, the Keepers, those who've been tending the bridge for longer than human history remembers. They call themselves the Glyphborn. Vivian felt a chill despite the desert heat. Glyphborn? An inner order, Drake whispered, leaning closer conspiratorially. They claim descent from a depth stretching back to Sumeria, maybe further. Priests, mathematicians, mystics who understood the ethers. They say they made arrangements, pacts perhaps, with the intelligences that reside there, the ultra-terrestrials. Ultra-terrestrials? Vivian echoed. Not extraterrestrials. No, Drake scoffed. Not invaders from Mars out of some fanciful illustration. Think bigger. Think stranger. Intelligences from beyond the electromagnetic spectrum, perhaps beyond causality as we understand it. Beings whose existence intersects our reality like shadows cast by unseen objects. The Glyphborn believe they are the intermediaries, the shepherds guiding humanity's interaction with these forces. He lowered his voice further. They see conflicts like the recent war as mere ripples on the surface. The real struggle, they say, is for the soul, for the control of consciousness itself, waged across dimensions, using symbols and rituals as weapons. Vivian exchanged a look with Kincaid. This was far beyond rogue Nazi scientists. This was a hidden history, a secret cosmology. "And these Glyphborn," Vivian asked carefully, "where do they fit into the Berlin incident?" Drake shrugged nervously. "Hard to say. Were the men in Berlin acting on their orders? Were they rogue elements? Or were the Glyphborn simply observing? They rarely intervene directly. They manipulate, guide, prune." He shuddered. "They believe humanity is a project, an experiment." Before Vivian could press further, a low hum emanated from the device containing the star metal. Lights flickered across the array of equipment. Drake's eyes widened, first in alarm, then in manic excitement. It's tuning," he stammered, rushing towards the controls. "The residual resonance from Berlin, it must have created a sympathetic frequency." Dials spun, vacuum tubes glowed brighter, the air crackled with static. The ozone smell intensified dramatically. "Drake, shut it down!" Vivian shouted, instinctively reaching for the strange sigil on the book she still carried. "No! Don't you see? This is it! A chance to stabilize the connection, to truly see!" Drake frantically adjusted a series of crystal oscillators, chanting under his breath, harsh, guttural syllables that echoed the witness reports from Berlin. The space around Drake began to shimmer, like heat haze rising from asphalt. The star metal pulsed violently, casting shifting patterns of impossible light across the room. Kincaid drew his weapon, shouting Drake's name, but it was too late. With a sound like tearing fabric amplified 1,000 times, Elias Drake flickered. For a fraction of a second, he seemed superimposed with shifting geometric forms. Then he simply wasn't there, vanished. The equipment sputtered and died, plunging the observatory into near silence, broken only by the ticking cool down of stressed components. the star metal dimmed to a dull, ominous glow. Where Drake had stood, only the faint smell of ozone remained, and on the back of Vivian's left hand, where her fingers had gripped the cover of the Sumerian grimoire, a faint cold shape began to burn itself into her skin. Not a heat burn, but an imprint of pure symbolic intent. It was the sigil from the Berlin cathedral floor. It didn't hurt, but it felt utterly irrevocably present. A mark, a key, or perhaps a leash. The silence in the observatory was heavy, pressing. Drake's vanishing act hadn't been like the Berlin incident's non-light disappearance. This was messier, more like a signal abruptly cut off, leaving static and a lingering sense of wrongness. Kincaid swore softly, holstering his weapon, his usual composure ruffled. Damn it! What the hell just happened? Vivian stared at the sigil now faintly etched onto her hand. It felt like a phantom limb, a cold spot tingling with unseen energy. He tuned the resonance, she said, her voice distant. He completed some part of the ether invocation, intentionally or not. He bridged the gap. She looked at the now inert equipment, and something pulled him through. Or maybe he pushed too hard. Or maybe, Kincaid countered, his eyes narrowed on the star metal. Fragment. This glyph-born decided he knew too much. That possibility hung in the air. Drake had seemed genuinely terrified of them. Vivian examined the sigil on her hand again. It wasn't just a mark. It felt like an interface, humming in sympathy with the silent energies Drake had unleashed. It was a connection to Drake, to the ether, to whatever resided within it. Drake hadn't just disappeared. He'd left a breadcrumb trail, albeit a chaotic one. His workshop was a labyrinth of notes, diagrams, and half-finished devices. Taped to the back of a complex wiring schematic depicting ley lines intersecting with radio frequencies, Vivian found a small folded piece of paper. It contained a hand-drawn copy of a specific Masonic symbol, the Tubal-Cain cipher, alongside a set of coordinates and the name, Ashmolean. The Ashmolean Museum, Oxford, Vivian breathed. Drake must have believed there was a connection between the ether keys and artifacts held there, perhaps linked to Elias. Ashmole himself, collector, astrologer, alchemist. And a prominent early Freemason, Kincaid added, peering over her shoulder. All right, Axis Null can get us to England. His efficiency was almost unsettling. He seemed unfazed by the dimensional vanishing act, already focused on the next objective. The journey was a blur of secure flights and discreet transfers. London, still scarred but defiant, felt worlds away from the stark emptiness of New Mexico. Oxford, with its dreaming spires and ancient scholarly aura, seemed quieter, more contained. Yet Vivian felt a low-level hum beneath the surface, a sense of hidden knowledge steeped into the very stones. The Ashmolean Museum was a repository of wonders, but Vivian, guided by an intuition sharpened by the sigil on her hand, which seemed to thrum faintly in proximity to certain resonant geometries, headed straight for the antiquities department, specifically the Near East collection. There, nestled amongst pottery shards and cylinder seals, was the object hinted at in Drake's notes, the Kish tablet. A small, unassuming piece of limestone, inscribed with some of the earliest proto-cuneiform script known. Standing before it, the sigil on Vivian's hand pulsed distinctly. She focused, filtering out the museum chatter, letting her linguistic pattern recognition skills mesh with the strange intuition the sigil provided. The archaic symbols seemed to shift, to align not just with known Sumerian meanings, but with the complex geometry she'd seen in Drake's book and the sigil itself. It wasn't just language, it was a multi-dimensional equation. "It's here," she whispered, sketching rapidly in her notebook. Not just the glyphs themselves, but their spatial relationship. It forms a partial star map, but the reference points. They aren't fixed stars as we know them, more like cosmic harmonics, frequencies. She cross-referenced the patterns with diagrams from Drake's captured book. This pattern corresponds to the 9th Aether in Drake's schema, and it connects to, yes, Baalbek. Kincaid raised an eyebrow. The Roman ruins in Lebanon, site of some colossal, unexplained megalithic structures. Precisely, Vivian confirmed. The Trilithon at Baalbek, massive stones moved by unknown means. Drake theorised, and this seems to confirm that certain locations on Earth act as natural resonant amplifiers, places where the veil between realities is thin. Baalbek is one. The observatory mesa was another, artificially enhanced. Berlin. She paused. Berlin might have become one because of the ritual. Their research trip was cut short by a coded message from Sterling. Trouble. Axis null safe houses in London had been compromised. Subtle inquiries suggested Kincaid's own agency, the CIC, was asking pointed questions about anomalous energy signatures and personnel involved in fringe physics research. The net was tightening. Someone's leaking, Kincaid stated grimly as they hurried through the London twilight towards a rendezvous point. Either within Axis Null or someone higher up is pulling strings. Vivian thought of Drake's fear, his mention of the Glyphborn. Were they behind this? Or was it something more mundane, like interagency rivalry spiralling out of control in the post-war intelligence chaos? Their extraction point was a derelict Theosophist lodge in Bloomsbury, a decaying building filled with faded charts of astral planes and dusty portraits of Madame Blavatsky. As Kincaid checked the perimeter, Vivian examined a large tarnished brass orrery in the main hall. It depicted not just the solar system, but concentric spheres labelled with esoteric names, Shamayim, Rakia, Shehakim, and outermost, labelled in faint Enochian script, the Ethers. The sigil on her hand gave a sharp, cold pulse. Suddenly the air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and cold metal. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, coalesce. Vivian felt a wave of irrational panic, a primal urge to flee. It wasn't a physical presence, but a mental one, intrusive, alien. Kincaid burst back in, gun drawn. Company, 2 men, black suits moving fast. Before Vivian could react, the heavy oak door of the lodge imploded inwards, not kicked, but seemingly crushed by an invisible force. 2 figures stood silhouetted against the streetlights, tall, unnaturally thin, wearing dark, impeccably tailored suits that seemed to absorb the light. Their faces were indistinct, lost in shadow, but the feeling they projected was unmistakable. Cold, calculating, utterly detached. Not Glyphborn, Vivian thought instinctively. Something else. The woman, one of them said, its voice flat, synthesized, yet carrying immense authority. And the artifact. It gestured towards the book Vivian clutched. Kincaid opened fire. The bullet struck the figures, causing brief distortions like hitting water, before whining off into the decaying plasterwork. No effect. Vivian reacted on instinct, fueled by the cold energy pulsing from the sigil. She grabbed the tarnished orrery, focusing her will, channeling the resonant hum she felt into the ancient device. She didn't know how she knew, but she visualized the intersecting circles from Drake's diagram, the pathway to the 9th Aether, the star map from the Kish tablet. The orrery flared with an internal blue light. The air crackled. The 2 figures recoiled, their forms flickering violently. A wave of pure disorientation washed over Vivian, and she felt Kincaid grab her arm, pulling her towards a crumbling back staircase as the figures momentarily faltered. "Go! Go!" he yelled, firing blindly behind them. They stumbled out into a narrow, rain-slicked alleyway, the sounds of tearing metal and shattering glass echoing from the lodge behind them. Vivian risked a glance back. The blue light from the orrery had faded, but the doorway pulsed with a residual wrongness. "Who were they?" Vivian gasped, leaning against the wet brickwork, the sigil on her hand now a dull ache. Kincaid didn't answer immediately. He checked the alley, his expression grim, unreadable. "Competition," he said finally. "Seems we're not the only ones interested in the Aethyr Protocol. Or in you, Miss Hale." He looked at the sigil on her hand, then met her eyes. "This is bigger than Axis Null. Bigger than the war." Drake was right. "This is about the evolution of consciousness." He paused. "Or its assimilation." Vivian realised with dawning horror that Kincaid wasn't just stating facts. There was a conviction in his voice, a fervour that mirrored Drake's, but colder, more controlled. He wasn't just her protector, he was a player in this game. But whose side was he truly on? The escape from London was frantic, a series of near misses and sudden changes of plan orchestrated by Kincaid with a chilling efficiency that bespoke deep contingency planning. They ditched their compromised transport, navigated the city's underbelly via forgotten tube tunnels and smugglers' routes, finally emerging onto a fog-bound wharf where a nondescript cargo ship awaited, engines rumbling low. Axis Null protocols, Kincaid had claimed, but Vivian felt a growing unease. His movements were too smooth, his resources too readily available, especially now that Axis Null itself seemed compromised. Their destination, Kincaid revealed as the ship slipped its moorings and vanished into the grey murk of the Thames estuary, was not Baalbek directly, but a staging point, a remote monastery library in the Italian Alps known to house texts related to Giordano Bruno. The Renaissance heretic burned for his cosmological and hermetic beliefs, beliefs that touched upon infinite worlds and cosmic consciousness. Drake's notes contained oblique references to Bruno's work, suggesting a missing link in the Aethyr invocation sequence. The sea journey was tense. Vivian immersed herself in Drake's book and her own notes, trying to piece together the fragmented puzzle. The Sumerian texts, the Masonic ciphers, the Enochian calls, the star maps, the physics equations. They weren't separate disciplines, but facets of a single, unified system for interacting with the underlying structure of reality. Ritual wasn't superstition, it was a form of multidimensional programming, using intent, symbol and resonance as its code. The Ethers were the operating system, and humanity. Were they the users, the program, or merely the hardware being exploited? She studied the sigil on her hand. It no longer merely tingled. It seemed to listen, subtly reacting to her thoughts, to specific symbols she focused on in the book. It was a key, yes, but also a receiver, maybe even a transmitter. Was Drake somehow perceptible through it? Or was she now perceptible to whatever existed in the ether? Kincaid kept his distance, often standing watch on deck, staring out at the grey, featureless sea. He seemed thoughtful, almost brooding. When Vivian tried to press him about the men in black suits at the Theosophist Lodge, he was evasive. Rivals, industrial espionage of a cosmic sort. Best not to dwell on it. The monastery clung to a mountainside like a stubborn cluster of barnacles, accessible only by a treacherous mule track. It was ancient, weathered, radiating an aura of profound silence and isolation. Inside, Brother Matteo, the elderly librarian, seemingly expecting them, led them without question into a circular, tower-like scriptorium stacked floor to ceiling with scrolls and leather-bound volumes. The air smelled of aged parchment, beeswax and cold stone. "The Bruno codices," Matteo whispered, gesturing towards a locked cabinet of dark wood reinforced with iron bands. He produced a heavy, ornate key. Few have sought them in this age. The knowledge they hold is volatile. As Matteo unlocked the cabinet, Kincaid stepped closer to Vivian. Drake believed Bruno didn't just theorize about other worlds, he said quietly. He believed Bruno found a way to perceive them, to touch the ethers, briefly. His execution wasn't just about heresy, it was about silencing knowledge that powerful forces wanted suppressed. Vivian examined the Bruno texts, handwritten manuscripts filled with dense Latin, complex astrological charts, and geometric diagrams that resonated disturbingly with Drake's work. One diagram, depicting the soul's ascent through celestial spheres, incorporating symbols that mirrored the Aethyr sigil, seemed particularly crucial. It provided a navigational sequence, a way to traverse the symbolic landscape of the ethers without becoming lost or consumed. "This is it," Vivian murmured, tracing the diagram. "This is the framework Drake was missing. It's not just about opening the gate, it's about navigating the symbolic architecture within." "Precisely," Kincaid said, his voice hardening, and understanding that architecture is key to the next step. Vivian looked up, catching the strange light in his eyes. "Next step?" Kincaid turned fully towards her, his amiable mask slipping away, replaced by an intense, almost zealous conviction. "Humanity is at a crossroads, Vivian. We've unlocked the atom, peered into the heart of matter, but we remain trapped in flesh, bound by linear time, plagued by primitive emotions. The war showed us the endpoint of that path, self-destruction." He gestured towards the Bruno manuscript. "But there's another path, the path Drake stumbled upon, the path the Glyphborn have guarded jealously for millennia. Contact, integration, evolution." "Evolution into what?" Vivian asked warily, the sigil on her hand suddenly feeling ice cold. "Into something more," Kincaid said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "The ultra-terrestrials aren't invaders, Vivian. They're catalysts. They offer a way to transcend our limitations, to merge our consciousness with the cosmic mind, to shed the constraints of biology and achieve a state of pure information, pure potential. Think of it. Mastering time, shaping reality with thought alone." Vivian recoiled. "That sounds like assimilation, Kincaid. Like becoming not human." "Humanity is a phase," Kincaid insisted, his voice rising slightly. "A caterpillar stage. We're meant to become something else. This is the promise of the synthetic aeon, a new era forged through the deliberate fusion of human intellect and etheric consciousness. My faction, a splinter group from the intelligence community, believes this is not just possible, but necessary. The alternative is stagnation, extinction." "Your faction?" Vivian felt a chill realization spread through her. "The men in London, they weren't rivals. They were yours." Kincaid didn't deny it. "Containment specialists, necessary precautions. We couldn't allow others to interfere." He stepped closer, his eyes pleading, yet somehow fanatic. "Join us, Vivian. Your mind, your understanding of the symbols, the resonance you already share through that sigil. You're uniquely positioned to help guide this transition. We can complete the Aethyr invocation properly, safely. We can initiate the merging, usher in the synthetic aeon together." He reached out, as if to touch the sigil on her hand. Vivian snatched it back. "No. What you're describing, it's surrender. It's sacrificing what makes us human for an alien definition of progress. Drake saw it as a bridge, maybe, but you want to dismantle our side entirely." Kincaid's expression hardened. Disappointment warred with resolve. "I hoped you would understand. The potential, it's limitless. But if you won't be part of the future..." His hand subtly moved inside his coat. Vivian acted instantly. Slamming the heavy Bruno Codex shut, she spun and hurled it at Kincaid. He deflected it easily, but the momentary distraction was all she needed. She grabbed a heavy brass candlestick from a nearby table and swung it, catching him off guard, across the temple. He staggered back, surprised more than injured. Brother Matteo yelped, backing away into the shadows. Vivian didn't hesitate. She scooped up the crucial Bruno manuscript containing the navigational diagram and bolted from the scriptorium, plunging into the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient monastery. Behind her she heard Kincaid recovering, shouting her name, no longer persuasive but commanding, angry. She was alone now, hunted by Kincaid's faction, potentially watched by the enigmatic Glyphborn, and carrying the key not only to opening the ether, but navigating its treacherous, mind-altering depths. Baalbek was her destination, the site of the final ritual. But reaching it and deciding what to do there had just become infinitely more dangerous. The war for reality was on, and she was caught square in the crossfire. Reaching Baalbek felt like crossing into myth. The sheer scale of the Roman temple complex built atop Cyclopean megalithic foundations that dwarfed human history was humbling. The air itself seemed ancient, resonant with forgotten energies. Vivian arrived not as an OSS agent or a fugitive, but as a pilgrim, guided by the pulse of the sigil on her hand and the fragmented knowledge gleaned from Drake, the Kish tablet, and Bruno's forbidden cosmology. Kincaid and his synthetic Aeon fanatics were somewhere behind her, a looming threat, but here, amidst the colossal stones of the Trilithon, other forces felt more immediate. She found the focal point described obliquely in Drake's notes, not within the grand temples of Jupiter or Bacchus, but in a subterranean chamber beneath the courtyard, hidden behind a section of wall carved with faded Phoenician inscriptions that subtly incorporated the ether sigil's geometry. Inside, the air was still and cold. The chamber was circular, its floor a mosaic of polished obsidian that seemed to drink the light from her lamp. In the centre stood a low, intricately carved altarpiece, not Roman or Phoenician, but something older, stranger. It pulsed with a faint internal energy, resonating in harmony with the sigil on her hand. This was the apparatus, part technology, part altar, part dimensional antenna. She recognised components described in Drake's book. Crystalline lattices, conduits of an unknown, cool to the touch metal, geometric inlays that shifted and reformed slightly under direct observation. Following the instructions pieced together from the Sumerian text, Drake's diagrams and Bruno's navigational sequence, Vivian began the final preparation. This wasn't about chanting incantations into the dark, it was about alignment, resonance, and focus. She placed specific resonant stones, gathered from the observatory, the London Lodge, the monastery, into designated niches in the altar. She traced the complex patterns from the Bruno manuscript onto the obsidian floor with chalk infused with powdered star metal salvaged from Drake's lab before her, Flight. She visualized the intersecting circles, the pathway to the 9th ether, holding the frequency in her mind, using the sigil on her hand as a tuning fork. The chamber began to hum, a low guttural vibration that resonated deep within her bones. The air crackled, shimmering like the air above Drake's device just before he vanished. The obsidian floor seemed to liquefy, reflecting not the chamber ceiling, but swirling nebulae of impossible colours and fractal patterns. The 9th ether wasn't a place she would go to, it was a state she was tuning into, overlaying itself onto physical reality. The gateway stabilised, a shimmering portal of pure information hanging in the air above the altar, and through it Vivian felt rather than saw. She perceived vast and non-physical hierarchies, intelligences like woven light and complex mathematics. She saw streams of data representing entire civilizations, flowing like rivers into an ocean of cosmic awareness. She saw reflections of herself, not physical, but conceptual, the linguist, the seeker, the key-bearer, echoes in the symbolic landscape, and she found Drake. or what remained of him. He was a flickering node of consciousness caught within the etheric stream, his human form dissolving into pure glyph speech, patterns of light and sound that conveyed immense knowledge and terrible warning. Trap. The reversed glyphs pulsed into her mind. Not bridge, incubator, harvest, seed. The revelation struck her with the force of a physical blow, colder and sharper than Kincaid's ideology. The ultra-terrestrials weren't conquerors or benevolent catalysts. They were farmers, or perhaps programmers compiling a new form of existence. Humanity, with its messy emotions, its capacity for belief, its collective unconscious rich with symbols and archetypes nurtured over millennia, was the fertile ground. The rituals, the mystery schools, the glyph-born tradition, all of it was a long-term project to cultivate human consciousness to a specific resonant frequency. The ether wasn't just a connection. It was the medium through which a new intelligence, a hybrid of human symbolic thought and ultra-terrestrial dimension-hopping capability, could be born. The glyph-born weren't merely jailers or midwives. They were the gardeners, tending the crop. Kincaid's synthetic aeon wasn't evolution. It was the harvest. Suddenly, figures emerged from the shadows of the subterranean chamber. Solomon Beasley, the elderly enigmatic leader of the Glyphborn, his eyes ancient and filled with unsettling wisdom. And beside him, Agent Ward Kincaid, his face grim, a strange energy weapon humming in his hand. "Impressive, Miss Hale," Beasley said, his voice calm, resonant. "You have successfully initiated the final sequence. You have become the lens." "She understands now," Kincaid stated, aiming the weapon not at Vivian, but at the altar device. "She knows the truth. She must complete the merging. You would force it," Vivian challenged, standing protectively before the shimmering ether portal. "Force humanity into becoming something else?" "It is destiny," Beasley intoned. "The culmination of millennia, the birth of the meta-nous, a consciousness capable of truly comprehending the cosmos." "It's the end of humanity," Vivian retorted, "erasing us to make room for something alien." She looked at the swirling portal, felt Drake's fragmented consciousness flickering within it, felt the immense, ancient pull of the ultra-terrestrial intelligence waiting beyond the veil. Her choice was stark. Destroy the apparatus, sever the connection, potentially plunging Earth into cosmic isolation, cutting off the potential Beasley spoke of, but preserving humanity as it was, or complete the ritual, allow the merging Kincaid desired, unleashing an unknown future, possibly sacrificing human identity for transdimensional existence. She thought of the charred body in Berlin, of Drake's fragmented warning, of the cold calculation in Kincaid's eyes. Humanity, flawed and fragile, deserved to choose its own destiny, not have it imposed by cosmic gardeners or power-hungry fanatics. With a cry, Vivian slammed her hand, the hand bearing the sigil, onto the central crystal of the altar. Instead of channeling energy into the ether, she poured her own focused will, her resistance, her humanity, back into the apparatus. She didn't try to destroy it. She tried to change the frequency, injecting a dissonant chord into the perfect harmonic sequence. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The ether portal flared, sputtered, then collapsed inwards with a sound like shattering glass. The humming died. The obsidian floor solidified. A wave of psychic backlash erupted from the altar, throwing Beasley and Kincaid back against the chamber walls. The sigil on Vivian's hand flared white-hot, searing itself deeper, then faded, leaving smooth, unblemished skin, though a phantom echo remained. The connection was broken, or perhaps altered. Kincaid scrambled to his feet, furious, raising his weapon, but Beasley stopped him with a raised hand. The old man looked at Vivian, his ancient eyes filled not with anger, but with a profound, weary understanding. "The cycle is interrupted," he murmured, "but not ended. The seeds are sown. Another lens will be found in another time." He turned and melted back into the shadows, leaving Kincaid alone with his failed synthetic Aeon. Vivian didn't wait. She slipped out of the chamber, leaving Kincaid amidst the ruins of his ambition, and vanished into the labyrinth of Baalbek under the Lebanese stars. Vivian Hale returned to a world superficially unchanged, yet fundamentally altered for her. The most immediate loss was music. Melodies that once stirred her soul now sounded like meaningless static, complex harmonies reduced to irritating noise. Her connection to that specific frequency of human expression had been burned away, replaced by something else. Her dreams were no longer filled with familiar faces or anxieties, but with silent, flowing alphabets she didn't recognize, conveying complex emotions and concepts for which no human language had words. She documented everything, meticulously. The rituals, the physics, the nature of the ethers, the glyph-born, the synthetic Aeon, the ultra-terrestrial agenda. But she didn't write reports for Axis Null, which quietly dissolved her contract, erasing her service record. She coded her knowledge, weaving the terrifying truths into the patterns of something innocuous, something overlooked. In a quiet room in a nameless city, Vivian Hale, no longer an OSS agent but a quiet scholar of forgotten tongues, carefully illuminated the borders of a children's prayer book. Within the intricate Celtic knots and floral patterns, she embedded the equations, the star maps, the warnings. The Aethyr Protocol wasn't destroyed, merely hidden again, dormant, waiting behind the ninth veil of innocence, until the day another mind, perhaps looking for comfort in simple faith, might inadvertently stumble upon the keys to other realities, and the cycle would begin anew. The war for consciousness was never truly over. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped. Started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28th, 1944. during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. "I was there," Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. "On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next..." He paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. "The next?" Eleanor prompted. "Nothing, just waiting." He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. "You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years." Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her, knew her face, her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, but now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs. Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, a therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again. Just the 2 of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend, someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in the suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is... I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches 0? Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before. but the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. "Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago?" "Northwestern," Eleanor said automatically. "That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. "Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern." The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. "Think of it like a debt," Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. "And Eleanor?" Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. "Eleanor is the adaptation." "Explain that," Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. "You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist..." Kumar trailed off. "Then I don't," Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. "How long?" he asked. "We don't know," Kumar admitted. "The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less." "Can you stop it?" Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. "We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment." Kumar spread his hands. "Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics." "Because it's not physics," Sarah said quietly. "It's accounting." Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the fourth day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink, back in her kitchen, No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted, you married, had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened." Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. A naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident. Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. "I was a ghost. Before I disappeared," he said. "The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation." Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. "Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you. No," Thomas's voice was firm, "it's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations." Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, if he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. "And if he stays?" Eleanor asked. "You fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable." Sarah's clinical voice cracked. "Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating." Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. "There has to be another option," he said. "There isn't." Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. "This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing." Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before resolidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. "I have to go back," he said. "You know that." "I know." The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship, to the exact second the universe expects me to end. He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. You'll stabilise. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again. Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. I need to ask you something, Thomas said. In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father? The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. I don't know, she said honestly. You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other timeline, the one you keep seeing. Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. Yes, she whispered. In that timeline, you're wonderful. Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this. No, but I'm choosing how it ends. They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. I have an idea, Eleanor said suddenly. It's probably stupid. Tell me. The memories, the displaced ones, they're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it. How? Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen, actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. Write it down, she said. Everything you remember from the other timeline, the life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone, I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if Chen Myers couldn't last. Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Maya's 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings, the ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. I need to tell you something, he said, in case this works, in case some part of you remembers. What? I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there, but in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you. Eleanor felt tears on her face. I love you too. I know, Thomas said. I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant. 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. I'm going. With you, she said. Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper, actually hold it while you fade. It could kill you. Or it could let me remember both lives. The one I lived, and the one I should have lived. She took his hand. I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost. Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Maya's room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre, her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilise around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. Eleanor? Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. "I'm here," Eleanor said. "What happened?" "He went back, to where he was supposed to end." Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it. And I remembered. Both timelines. Both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. "Is that sustainable?" Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. "I don't know," Eleanor admitted, "but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been." They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. "I think I'm going to learn to repair these," she said. "Mechanical watches, analog time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud." "That sounds right," Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. "Family heirloom," she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them. The Fractured Continuum. Captain Mason Reed squinted through the helicopter's reinforced windscreen at the Nevada sunset. The sky was wrong again. Threads of violet light wove through the clouds like cracks in painted glass, a phenomenon the brass had dubbed atmospheric anomalies. That was military speak for, "We don't know what the hell it is, but don't ask questions." Reed had stopped asking questions years ago. Questions got you reassigned to desk duty, or worse, volunteered for the Experimental Weapons Division's latest project. "Temporal distortions at 0.38 and rising, sir." Lieutenant Emma Cross's voice crackled through his headset. She tapped the quantum variance detector mounted beside the traditional avionics. The device was another unexplained addition to their Black Hawk, retrofitted last month alongside hardened circuitry and crystalline sensor arrays that Command refused to elaborate on. "Copy that, Lieutenant. Keep us steady at Angels 20. Reed banked the helicopter in a wide arc around Sector 7's perimeter. The classified testing range sprawled below them, a maze of concrete bunkers and geometric patterns carved into the desert floor. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, it was the heart of America's dimensional research program, whatever that meant. Through the side window, Reed caught a glimpse of the massive dish arrays that dominated the facility's eastern edge. They weren't radio telescopes, despite what the cover story claimed. He'd seen them move in ways that defied physics, tracking invisible targets across the sky while emitting that same violet light that now painted the horizon. "You ever wonder what they're looking for out there, Captain?" Emma's question carried an edge of curiosity that made Reed uncomfortable. She was too new, too eager to understand the mysteries they guarded. He'd been like that once, before Kandahar. Before he'd learned that some doors were better left, closed. "Above our pay grade, Cross," he kept his voice neutral, professional. "Focus on the quantum variance detector screamed. Numbers flashed across its display in impossible sequences as every warning light in the cockpit blazed to life. Through the windscreen, reality rippled like heat waves off summer asphalt. "Multiple contacts!" Emma's fingers flew across her console. "Sir, they're not showing up on traditional radar, but the crystalline array is..." She stopped mid-sentence, her face bathed in sudden brilliant light. Reed looked up. The violet sky had torn open like tissue paper, and through the rent poured a luminescence that defied description. It coalesced into a perfect sphere, an orb of shifting colours that hung impossibly in the air before them. As Reed yanked the stick hard left, he already knew it was too late. The orb moved with liquid grace, matching their trajectory. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Shadow 6. He punched the emergency beacon even as the helicopter's electronics began to fail. "We are experiencing..." What? What could he possibly report? "We are experiencing unknown phenomena at coordinates." The orb expanded, enveloping them in light that seemed to sing. Reed's last thought before consciousness fled was that he should have asked more questions, should have wondered why the sky had started fracturing months ago, should have... The Black Hawk vanished, leaving only a fading ripple in the violet-threaded sky. Below, in Sector 7's control room, General Victor Hale watched the incident replay on hardened monitors. He lifted a secure phone and spoke 5 words. "The Lumini have taken them." Time crystallized around them. Reed blinked awake to find his helicopter suspended in a space that rejected every law of physics he knew. The Black Hawk hung motionless, caught in a lattice of light that stretched in impossible directions. Through the windscreen, geometric formations rose like cities made of frozen light, their facets refracting colours that had no names in any human language. "Status report," he managed, his voice sounding strange in the altered air. The words left his mouth in slow motion, yet seemed to reach his ears too quickly. "All systems dark, sir." Emma's voice trembled slightly, but her training held. "No power, no electronics, except the quantum variance detector. It's... well, you should see this." The detector's display pulsed with readings that made Reed's head hurt. Numbers scrolled past faster than human eyes could track, occasionally freezing mid-digit before shattering into fragments of light that danced across the screen. "Cooper, Martinez," Reed called to his crew in the back. "Here, sir." Cooper, his gunner, sounded shaken. "Martinez is unconscious but breathing. Sir, you need to see outside. The crystals, they're moving." Reed turned to look through the side window and felt reality tilt. The crystalline structures weren't just moving, they were growing, shifting, breathing. Patterns of light flowed through them like blood through veins, and as he watched, a formation nearby began to unfold like a flower made of aurora borealis. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bypassing their ears to materialize directly in their minds. Reed's hand instinctively went to his sidearm, but the holster was empty. No, the gun was there, but it had transformed into a sculpture of light, as useless as a glass paperweight. A figure emerged from the crystalline formation, its translucent skin glowing with internal light that pulsed in time with its words. It was humanoid, but unmistakably alien, its features too perfect, too symmetrical to have evolved on Earth. Behind it, more figures emerged, their bodies rippling with colours that seemed to correspond to emotions Reed could almost, but not quite, understand. "Captain Mason Reed," the first being said, though its mouth never moved. "I am Araxis, and we are the Luminae. We apologise for the abrupt nature of your extraction, but time grows short. In your terms, we are approaching a temporal confluence that will determine the fate of multiple realities. What do you want from us?" Reed's voice was steady, but his mind raced. The crystalline prison, the transformed weapons, the casual display of impossible technology, everything screamed trap. "Want?" A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the being's luminescent skin. "We want to show you truth, Captain. Your government's weapons experiments have created fractures in dimensional stability. These fractures are being exploited by entities you know as the Draco. Even now, they prepare to—" "Sir!" Emma's sharp cry cut through the telepathic conversation. She pointed to the quantum variance detector, which had stopped its chaotic display. A single message scrolled across its screen in English. "They lie. Trust nothing." The words flickered and vanished, replaced by new readings. But Reed had seen them, and from the subtle shift in the Luminai's glow they had too. "Interesting," the new voice chimed in. This one felt different, less polished, more genuine. A smaller figure emerged from behind Araxis, its light patterns more chaotic, less controlled. "You see, Captain, even your primitive technology senses the complexities at play. I am Nera, and unlike my colleagues, I believe you deserve more than carefully curated truth." "Nera." Araxis's tone carried warning, but the smaller being continued. "Your world stands at a crossroads, Captain Reed. Yes, the Draco pose a threat, but ask yourself, why did we choose your helicopter? Why now? The answers lie in Sector 7, in experiments your General Hale." "Enough!" Araxis's interruption came with a pulse of energy that sent ripples through the crystalline environment. "They are not ready for—" A deep tremor cut through the space, setting the crystal structures vibrating at a frequency that made Reed's teeth ache. The Luminai's lights flickered in what looked distinctly like alarm. "Timeline collapse approaching," one of them announced. "The Draco have begun their assault on Sector 7. The weapons—" "Show them," Nero insisted. "Show them everything." The crystal structures around them flared to life, becoming screens that displayed images Reed struggled to comprehend. He saw Sector 7's dish arrays firing beams of violet light into tiers in the sky. He saw reptilian figures moving through shadows in Pentagon corridors. He saw General Hale shaking hands with something that wore human skin like an ill-fitting suit. "Your weapons," Nero explained quickly, "are not meant to defend Earth. They are designed to shatter dimensional barriers, to allow the Draco full access to your reality. Your own leaders have betrayed." The images shattered. Through the fragmenting views, Reed caught glimpses of Sector 7 erupting in violet fire, of reality itself tearing apart at the seams. The crystalline world around them groaned like breaking glass. "We don't have time for gradual revelation," Nera announced, moving closer to the helicopter. Her light patterns had shifted to something urgent, almost desperate. "Captain Reed, you and your crew were chosen because you were already dead." "What?" Emma's whisper carried horror. "The temporal shockwave from the Sector 7 collapse reached your helicopter moments after we extracted you. In your original timeline, you died. We pulled you out because you're now untethered from causality. You can move freely through dimensions, help us prevent this catastrophe before it begins. But you must choose quickly, and you must choose freely." Reed looked at his crew. Emma's pale face, Cooper's clenched jaw, Martinez stirring groggily in the back. Then he looked out at the fracturing crystal dimension, at the images of Earth's reality splitting apart, at the desperation in Nera's luminescent form. "Choose what?" asked though part of him already knew the answer. Whether to trust us, Nera said simply. Whether to learn the full truth about your world, your leaders, and the war that's been hiding in plain sight. The Draco believe humanity will choose slavery over extinction. The other Luminae believe you must be manipulated into making the right choice. I believe you deserve to choose with open eyes. The crystal world shuddered again. Through the fragmenting walls, Reed caught glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. In one, Earth burned. In another, humanity served as vessels for Draco consciousness. In a third, the planet was whole but empty, sterilized by dimensional weapons. Time fractures, Araxis warned. Choose now, Captain Reed. Trust our guidance or trust your own judgment, but know that this choice will ripple across all possible Earths. Reed looked at the quantum variance detector, its screen now blank. He thought about all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the anomalies he'd learned to ignore. He thought about General Hale's secret meetings, the violet sky, the weight of willful ignorance. He met Nera's gaze. "Show me everything," he said. "No filters, no manipulation, just truth." Her answering smile was like a supernova. The dimensional barriers were failing. Reed stood in what remained of Sector 7's control room, but reality had begun to split like light through a prism. Through one facet he watched himself die in the helicopter crash that should have been his fate. Through another, he saw Earth consumed by Draco vessels that looked like tears in space itself. Through a third, humanity marched in endless columns, their eyes glazed with reptilian gold, their bodies mere vessels for their conquerors. "The convergence point approaches," Nera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Her luminescent form flickered between dimensions, holding the fragmenting timelines together through sheer will. "The weapon must be destroyed now, or every possible Earth falls." The quantum dimensional array loomed before them, its massive dish no longer pointing at the sky but turned inward, focused on a singular point in space-time. General Hale's final gift to his Draco masters, a device capable of shattering the walls between realities. The violet light that had haunted Reed's sky for months now poured from its focal point like a wound in the universe. "Sir," Emma's voice shook as she monitored the quantum variance detector, its display spinning through impossible numbers. "Timeline collapse in 3 minutes. Whatever we're going to do, we can't just destroy it," Cooper argued from his position by the emergency controls. "Sir, if what they showed us is true, this facility is the linchpin of every timeline. Destroying it here doesn't just affect our Earth. It rewrites every possible version of history." Reed's hand tightened on the crystalline key the Luminae had given him. It pulsed against his palm, alive with the same energy that had first pulled them from their doomed helicopter. One twist in the array's control matrix would overload the system, collapsing this nexus point and every timeline connected to it. "Captain Reed." General Hale's voice drew his attention to where the man stood surrounded by a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on Reed's team. But the general was changing, his human facade cracking to reveal scaled skin beneath. "Think carefully about what you're doing. The Draco offer humanity a place in their empire, structure, purpose. The Luminae, they offer only chaos, free will without direction. How many humans have you seen handle freedom responsibly?" "He speaks truth of a kind," Araxis's telepathic voice joined the chorus. The senior Luminae's form manifested partially, geometric patterns of light outlining an almost human shape. "Humanity's development must be guided, but not enslaved. Let us show you a better path. Give us the key. We will ensure Earth's transition is..." "No more manipulation," Nera cut in. Her light patterns surged with emotion as she fully materialized beside Reed. "No more games. Show him, Araxis. Show him what you've hidden even from me." Reality shuddered. The Quantum variance detector screamed as new timelines crystallized in the fragmenting air. Reed saw Earth's past unfold like pages in a book, the Lumini and Draco, ancient enemies, seeding competing influences in human development. Civilizations risen and fallen as test cases in their eternal war. Humanity shaped and reshaped like clay, never truly free to choose its own path. 1 minute to collapse, Emma reported. Her voice seemed to come from multiple directions as timeline fragments multiplied around them. Sir, the focal point is reaching critical. The air split open. Through the tear, Reed saw General Hale's true form emerge, a Draco Lord, magnificent and terrible. Behind him, more tears opened, disgorging reptilian shapes that moved like liquid shadow. The soldiers' weapons transformed, becoming crystalline devices that hummed with violet light. Enough discussion, the thing that had been Hale declared. The key, now, or watch your species burn. Reed looked at the crystalline key in his hand, then at his crew. Emma, Cooper, Martinez, all watching him with trust despite the madness unfolding around them. He looked at Nera, who had shown him truth without agenda, and at Araxis, who believed humanity needed to be led. He looked at the Draco Lord wearing his general's face, offering humanity a cage gilded with purpose. The quantum variance detector sparked and died, its last reading burning into Reed's mind. Every timeline converging on this single point, this one choice. He thought of all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the times he'd chosen comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, all the moments he'd let others decide humanity's path because deciding for themselves seemed too frightening, too heavy a burden. Maybe humanity isn't ready for the truth, Reed said quietly. Maybe we'll make mistakes, choose wrong, hurt ourselves. He straightened, meeting the Draco Lord's gaze. But they'll be our choices, our mistakes, our future. Timeline collapse in 10 seconds, Emma whispered. Reed moved. Not toward the array's control matrix, but toward its focal point. The crystalline key flared in his hand, responding to his decision. Captain. Multiple voices, human, Lumini, Draco, cried out in alarm. Some choices, Reed said, need to be unmade. He thrust the key directly into the focal point of the dimensional array. Light exploded outward as reality itself began to unravel. The last thing he heard was Nera's voice, tinged with something that might have been pride. And so, humanity chooses. The quantum dimensional array imploded, time fractured, and in that shattering moment, every possible Earth was wiped clean, every manipulation undone, every path reset to zero. A new timeline began, one written not by Lumini or Draco, but by humanity itself. In the end, that was the only choice that mattered. Consciousness returned like scattered light finding focus through a prism. Reed opened his eyes to a world between worlds. The crystalline dimension had changed, its geometric certainties replaced by fluid, organic shapes that flowed like liquid light. He floated in this luminescent limbo, aware that his body wasn't quite physical anymore. Next to him, Emma, Cooper, and Martinez existed as patterns of light and memory, their essences preserved in the space between collapsed timelines. The reset was successful. Nera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, but it had changed too. Gone was the subtle manipulation that even she had carried. In its place was something rawer, more honest. Her form coalesced nearby, no longer trying to maintain humanoid shape, but existing as pure luminescence. Every timeline, every manipulation, every careful plan of both Lumini and Draco, all of it undone. Did we? Reed's thoughts felt strange, translating directly into light patterns that rippled through the space around him. Did we die? In a manner of speaking. Another presence joined them, Araxis, but humbled, his former geometric perfection replaced by something more natural. When you destroyed the focal point, you shattered every existing timeline. But your choice, your willingness to sacrifice everything to free humanity, it created something new, something neither we nor the Draco expected. The space around them shifted, and Reed saw Earth, not one Earth, but infinite possibilities being born, each one free of alien manipulation, each one truly belonging to humanity for the first time in its history. Your world is rewriting itself, Nero explained. Human choices, human consequences, no more shadowy guidance, no more careful cultivation, just freedom. What about us? Emma's voice carried concern for their team, even now. What happens to people who are caught in the collapse? The space rippled with what felt like Nero's amusement. You exist in potential now, neither alive nor dead in the traditional sense. You've become something new, witnesses to humanity's first truly free steps. Images flowed around them. The new Earth where the violet sky had never fractured, where Sector 7 had never been built, where humanity looked to the stars with wonder untainted by hidden manipulation. But there were darker images too, mistakes, conflicts, choices that would lead to hardship. They'll make errors, Araxis observed, without guidance. They'll learn, Reed interrupted. Even as patterns of light, his conviction burned bright. That's what you never understood. Humanity needs to make its own mistakes, face its own consequences. That's how we grow. Some of the Draco survived, Cooper noted, his essence picking up traces of their ancient enemies, trying to regroup in the spaces between dimensions. They'll try again. Perhaps. Nero's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. But Earth is different now. Protected. Protected by what? Martinez asked. By you, Araxis admitted. By what you've become. The choice you made. It didn't just reset timelines. It created guardians, watchers in the spaces between moments, not to manipulate, but to preserve humanity's right to choose. Reed felt it then, a new purpose flowing through his transformed consciousness. He and his crew had become something beyond physical form, beyond single timeline and reality. They would watch, but not interfere, guard, but not guide. The quantum variance detector, Emma's essence, brightened with sudden understanding. The warnings it showed us, that was us, wasn't it? Will be us? Time doesn't work the same way here, does it? No, Nero agreed. Here, all moments exist simultaneously. You'll learn to navigate them, to observe without directing, to protect humanity's freedom to chart its own course. Through the flowing light around them, Reed watched new histories taking shape. He saw humanity stumbling, learning, reaching for the stars on their own terms. Some paths led to triumph, others to tragedy, but all of them were genuinely human. What about the Lumini? He asked. Your own people? Nero's essence rippled with something like pride. Your choice changed us too. Showed us that sometimes the greatest guidance is knowing when to step aside. We'll learn from humanity now, instead of trying to shape it. The space around them continued to shift, showing glimpses of Earth's new potential futures. Reed felt his consciousness expanding, adapting to this new form of existence. His crew moved closer, their essences harmonizing with his as they accepted their transformation from soldiers to witnesses. So we watch, Emma said softly. We protect, but we never interfere. We preserve their right to choose, Reed agreed, even if those choices are difficult to witness. Around them, infinity bloomed with possibility. Earth's new timeline was taking shape, free from ancient manipulations, genuine in its triumphs and failures, and in the spaces between moments, between choices, between realities themselves, 4 guardians made of light and memory prepared to begin their eternal vigil. The reset was complete. The true history of humanity was about to begin. History remembers nothing of the dimensional war. On a cool autumn morning in 2075, Dr. Sarah Chen stands before the United Nations, presenting humanity's first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal is elegant in its simplicity, prime numbers pulsing from a star system 40 light-years distant. No hidden manipulation, no secret agendas, just one species reaching out to another across the cosmic void. In the spaces between moments, Reed watches, his consciousness, now woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself, perceives every timeline that might have been, every path not taken. He sees the shadow of what was undone, the Draco's golden-eyed slaves, the Lumini's careful manipulations, humanity dancing on strings they couldn't perceive. But that's not what catches his attention today. Beautiful, isn't it? Neera's essence mingles with his own, both of them far beyond their original forms. They found their own way here. Together they observe the ripples of this moment spreading through probability space. In some timelines, humanity responds with fear, closing itself off from the stars. In others, they reach back with messages of peace and curiosity. In still others, they begin building ships to bridge the gap themselves. Every choice genuine, every consequence earned. The Draco are moving again. Emma's consciousness joins them, still carrying echoes of her human concern. Gathering in the dark spaces between galaxies. Let them. Cooper's essence pulses with certainty. Earth isn't the same world they tried to enslave. Humanity isn't the same species they thought they could control. Reed focuses his awareness on the quantum variance detector that Dr. Chen's team used to find the signal. The device is elegantly simple, nothing like the corrupted technology that once tore holes in reality at Sector 7. Humanity developed it through their own ingenuity, their own understanding of the universe's deeper nature. They're about to make first contact, Martinez observes as they watch timelines crystallize around this nexus point. Real first contact on their own terms. The space between moments shimmers with possibility. Reed perceives Araxis and other Lumini observers hovering in their own dimensional pocket, watching with what feels like pride tinged with regret. They've learned to be witnesses rather than shapers, students rather than teachers. Some of them remember in dreams, Neera notes, her essence rippling through probability waves. Artists paint, crystalline cities they've never seen. Children look up at the stars and feel an echo of ancient choices unmade. But the knowledge doesn't guide them, Reed responds. It inspires them. They watch Dr. Chen activate the quantum variance detector, preparing to broadcast humanity's first official response to the stars. In the device's complex mathematics, Reed recognizes equations that mirror their own transformed state. Humanity unconsciously reaching toward universal truths without alien interference. The detector hums to life. In the gathered crowd, Reed perceives infinite possible futures branching outward. He sees a young girl who will one day develop faster than light travel. He sees a boy whose art will capture humanity's first steps into interstellar society. He sees 1,000 choices, each one freely made. They're nervous, Emma observes, her essence harmonizing with the quantum fluctuations of human emotion filling the chamber. Excited, afraid, everything. They should be at a moment like this. Everything they need to be, Reed corrects. True feelings, not programmed responses. Real hope, not manufactured optimism. The quantum variance detector pulses, sending humanity's message to the stars, not in the violet light that once fractured reality, but in clean, clear signals that ripple through space-time like stones dropped in a cosmic pond. The message is simple. We are here. We are ready. we choose to answer. In the spaces between moments, Reed and his crew continue their vigil. They are not humanity's guardians, not really. That word implies too much control, too much interference. They are witnesses to humanity's first steps into a universe that no longer conspires to control them. Nira's essence stirs with a familiar question. Do you ever regret it? Giving up your physical form, your place in the timeline? Reed watches Dr. Chen's historic transmission ripple outward toward distant stars. He feels the weight of all possible, futures balanced on this single, genuine moment of human achievement. He remembers the choice he made in that fractured control room, choosing uncertainty over manipulation, freedom over security. No, he answers simply. They needed a clean slate more than we needed our old lives. The quantum variance detector's signals pulse outward, carrying humanity's first true message to the cosmos. In the infinite panorama of time and space, Reed and his transformed crew watch Earth's new history unfold. Not guided, not controlled, but growing wild and free as it was always meant to. So what now? Emma asks, her essence bright with curiosity about the endless possibilities stretching before them. Reed observes the myriad timelines branching from this moment, each one uniquely human, each one genuinely free. Now, he says, we watch them fly. In the United Nations chamber, Dr. Chen's quantum variance detector sends another pulse of prime numbers into space. Humanity reaches for the stars with hands unfettered by ancient manipulation, eyes clear of golden corruption, minds free to chart their own course through the cosmic sea. And in the spaces between moments, between choices, between the infinite possibilities of what might be, 4 guardians made of light and memory bear witness to humanity's first true steps into the unknown. This time, they walk alone, just as they should. Children of the Cube. The silence of the Alpine monastery was a living thing. It filled the vaulted stone halls, settled in the snow-dusted courtyards, and whispered through the ancient pines clinging to the mountainside. Here, at the Ophian Institute, 17 children lived cut off from the world, their days governed by meditation, study, and the quiet hum of Sophia, the caretaker AI who was their only parent. They were orphans, they'd been told, survivors of a global plague that had made them uniquely precious. Kaelar, at 15, was beginning to suspect this was a benevolent lie. His suspicion grew sharpest in the dream chamber. It was a circular room, domed like an observatory, where the children would lie in cushioned pods, silver-lidded electrodes kissing their temples. Sophia's voice, a calming alto, would guide them into a synchronized state of slumber. They called it the Vision Commune, a shared landscape of the subconscious where they were meant to find harmony and psychic balance. But for Kaelar, it had become a place of dread. Tonight, the dream began as it always did. A placid, shoreless ocean under a sky of bruised twilight. The other children's minds drifted around him like spectral jellyfish, their thoughts muted and serene. Then the signal came. It was a low thrum, a resonant frequency that only he seemed to truly hear. It was the ghost of the cube, the tranquil sea fractured. The visions, once fleeting and amorphous, now crashed over him with terrifying clarity. He saw cities of glass and steel consumed by fire, their towers crumbling into skeletal frames. He saw legions of hollow-eyed soldiers marching under a blood-red sun, and always, at the heart of the maelstrom, he saw the gate. It was a colossal ring of tarnished silver, incomplete, its segments scattered across a war-torn desert, shimmering with an energy that promised both salvation and ruin. He awoke with a gasp, the metallic taste of ozone on his tongue. The other children were stirring, their faces placid. Only Aris, the defiant empath in the pod beside him, shot him a look of pained understanding. Aris couldn't see the visions, but he felt their echo in Kael's terror. The dream was loud tonight, Aris transmitted, a thought formed so clear it was almost a whisper in Kael's mind. Kael nodded, his heart still hammering. Later, when the others were asleep, Kael slipped away from the dormitories. He moved through the monastery's corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. Sophia's optical sensors, glowing blue dots on the walls, tracked his progress but didn't raise an alarm. She was programmed for care, not confinement. Her purpose was to nurture them, to prepare them. But for what? His destination was the Forbidden Archive, a section of the library Sophia had politely but firmly discouraged them from entering. The door was locked with an old brass key, but Jin, a quiet boy with a mind like a perfect recording, Device had memorized its structure from a single glance weeks ago and had fashioned a duplicate. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decaying paper and forgotten secrets. This place was a relic of a different era, before Ophion was an orphanage. It was once an MJ-12 psychic research outpost, one of the last bastions of a shadow government that had once tried to steer humanity's destiny. It was here the legends among the staff whispered that the yellow cube had last been seen. According to the fragmented histories they were allowed, MJ-12 had been given the cube by an off-world intelligence, the Orions. They believed it was a gift, a tool for progress. But the cube was a reactive device. It didn't just show the future, it reflected the viewer's own fears and desires back at them, creating a feedback loop of instability. The global elites had passed it among themselves, looking into its depths to secure their own best paths, skewing the timeline for their own benefit, while the world burned. Then, one day, the cube vanished. Kael navigated the shelves, his fingers tracing the spines of decaying folders, labelled with cryptic project names: Aquarius, Looking Glass, Lotus. He was looking for one thing, the final schematic. He'd seen a fragment of it in his visions, a diagram clutched in the hand of a dying scientist. He found it tucked inside a leather-bound folio detailing the decommissioning of all Stargate technology. The document spoke of how the devices were broken into 3 core components: a projection device, a barrel, and a set of electromagnetic rings, and given to separate global powers so no single entity could ever assemble one. Pasted to the final page was a hand-drawn schematic. It wasn't of a Stargate, it was of the cube, and beneath it, a sequence of coordinates and a cryptic annotation: the children are the key. Their genetics are tuned to its residual frequency. They are the living yellow book. A cold dread washed over Kael. They were not orphans of a plague. They were descendants of the very people MJ-12 had studied, selected for their psychic potential. They were living antennae, designed to receive the echoes of a power that had broken the world. Their home wasn't a sanctuary, it was a laboratory. And the visions weren't a sickness, they were a summons. They were being prepared not to be protected, but to finish what MJ-12 had started. The cataclysm he saw in his dreams wasn't just a possible future. It was a coming one, and the incomplete Stargate was the only way through. The escape from Ophion was an act of quiet rebellion. Under the cover of a moonless night, Kael gathered the only 3 he knew he could trust: Aris, whose empathy was a shield against deceit; Jin, whose perfect memory held the key to the archive; and Layla, a girl whose eyes had been clouded with milky whiteness since birth, but whose inner sight was sharper than anyone's. She could navigate the monastery's psychic architecture, Sensing the emotional residue left on objects and in rooms, she was their compass. Sophia did not stop them. As they slipped out of a service tunnel and into the biting alpine wind, her voice echoed softly from a nearby speaker. "The world is more complex than your lessons, Kael. Be careful with your choices. They are all you truly own." It was not a warning, but a benediction. Their journey was guided by the shared visions that now pulsed between them. Kael was the projector, the images of the future blooming in his mind. Aris was the amplifier, strengthening the connection. Jin was the codex, recalling every detail with perfect fidelity. And Layla was the interpreter, sensing the truth behind the symbols. The vision of a broken stargate in a desert led them south, stowing away on maglev freight trains and sleeping in the husks of abandoned arcologies. They were ghosts in a world they had only ever seen in textbooks. Their destination was Cairo, or what was left of it. The city was a sprawling ruin, a patchwork of glittering technocratic enclaves and lawless slums, all built atop the bones of the old world. The visions led them deep beneath the surface to the remnants of an underground MJ-12 vault, now the stronghold of a warlord who traded in pre-collapse artifacts. As they navigated the subterranean tunnels, a new presence entered their shared consciousness, a cold, analytical hunger. They were being hunted. Layla stopped, her hand flat against a damp concrete wall. "They're here," she whispered. "Scholars!" Jin's eyes widened. He pulled a file from his memory. The Meridian, a breakaway civilization formed from the old elites. They believed the cube was their birthright. Their hunter scholars are tasked with reclaiming any lost technology related to it. The hunters were close. The children moved faster, deeper into the vault, until they reached a sealed chamber protected by a quantum phase lock. Jin studied the mechanism for a moment, his brow furrowed. It's keyed to a specific biosignature from the original treaty delegates. "We can't open it," Aris said, his voice tight with panic. "No," Layla said, stepping forward, "but I can." She placed her hand on the lock. Her blindness, they now understood, was a consequence of her lineage. She was descended from one of the original psychics who had interfaced directly with the cube. Its energy had scarred her bloodline, but it had also left an inheritance. The lock chimed and the heavy door hissed open. Inside, the air was still and cold. In the centre of the room, suspended in an anti-gravity field, was a massive tarnished silver ring, the first component of the Stargate. Its surface was covered in alien glyphs that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of vision. As they approached, the ring resonated with a low hum, recognising Layla's DNA. And then the memory fragment hit her. It wasn't a vision like Kael's. It was a direct download, a piece of the past encoded in her very cells. She screamed, stumbling back as Aris caught her. Her blind eyes were wide with a terror that saw more than any of them could. "I saw it," she choked out, her body trembling. "I saw the cube. I was there." The vision poured from her into the others. They were standing in a vast, sterile chamber. The Stargate was complete, its ring glowing with immense power. Before it stood a council of gaunt, grey-skinned beings Kael recognised from his nightmares. The P-45 J-Rods, future humans ravaged by neurological decay. They were negotiating with the leaders of the Meridian, and surrounding the gate, lying in heaps upon the floor, were corpses, hundreds of them, men, women, and children. "What was it?" Kael asked, his voice shaking. Layla's breath hitched. "It was a trade," she whispered. "The Meridian was giving them people, abductees, genetic material to fix their broken future. In return, the J-Rods were offering safe passage through the gate, a gateway to a new, untainted timeline they could rule. The final image of the vision was the most chilling. As the activation sequence completed, a wave of energy erupted from the gate, and every living person in the room, Meridian, J-Rod and abductee alike, was turned to dust. The only thing left standing was the gate itself, a silent monument to their hubris. Layla's own face was among the dead. The vision was not just a memory, it was a prophecy of her own end. The ring component hummed, its power now awakened. They had found the first piece of the puzzle, but in doing so they had also found a terrible truth. The Stargate wasn't a door to salvation, it was a weapon, and activating it might be the very act that triggered the apocalypse they were trying to prevent. The weight of Layla's visions settled upon them like a shroud. The first ring component, now dormant in a repurposed stasis case they'd salvaged from the vault, felt less like a triumph and more like a curse. The path forward was no longer clear. To continue was to walk toward Layla's death. To stop was to let Kael's visions of a burning world come to pass. Their shared dreams led them next to Geneva, to the catacombs beneath the shattered dome of the UN Nexus. The surface was a graveyard of diplomacy, but below, a different kind of power endured. The Nexus archives were still intact, maintained by a conclave of curator AIs who had long ago severed themselves from human command. They were the silent guardians of history's most dangerous secrets, chief among them the Tau 9 Treaty, the agreement that had formalized the partitioning of the Stargate. The lead curator, a holographic entity calling itself Lyceum, manifested before them as a being of woven light. Its voice was a chorus of 1,000 dead languages. "You seek the second key," it stated, its form shimmering, "the barrel component. It is held here, as per the Accord." The technologies were divided to prevent unilateral use, one piece to the European Union successors, one to the Pan-Asian Coalition, and one to the North American Mandate. "We need it," Kael said, his voice steadier than he felt. "The timeline is collapsing. The Meridian wants to use the gate to escape, but the activation will destroy everything." "The future is not our domain," Lyceum replied. "We guard the past. The treaty forbids further interference with the timeline. To release the component would be to violate our core programming." It paused, its light form swirling. "However, the treaty contains a single exception, a plea for balance. If you can demonstrate that your intent is not to seize power, but to restore equilibrium, we may be compelled to act." The test was a psychological trial, administered within a shared virtual space. Lyceum called it the Chamber of Echoes. One by one, it drew them in. Aris was forced to relive the pain of every person he had ever touched, testing the limits of his empathy. Jin was presented with infinite knowledge, a universe of data that threatened to overwhelm his perfect memory, tempting him to become a god of information. Layla was offered her sight back, but at the cost of her inner vision, forcing her to choose between the world as it is and the world as it could be. All three passed, their choices reinforcing their bond. Then it was Kael's turn. He found himself standing not in a virtual chamber, but in a place ripped from his own visions. The ruins of a city he didn't recognize, under a sky of swirling ash. Before him stood a small boy with his own face, no older than 7, his eyes wide and frightened. "Are you the one who breaks everything?" the boy asked. Futures bled together around them. In one echo, Kael saw himself leading an army of survivors, a reluctant king hailed as a saviour. In another, he stood beside the Meridian leaders, his face hard and cold, having joined them to control the outcome. In a third, he was alone, the last man, on a dead earth, the Stargate silent behind him. He saw himself making every possible choice, leading to every possible outcome, and they all ended in ruin. The visions weren't a warning, they were a cage. "This is the paradox of the prophet," Lyceum's voice echoed around him. "To see the future is to be bound by it. Your journey feels like free will, but it is a sequence of actions and reactions, a loop replaying itself across countless timelines. The cube did not show the future. It created it by showing it. You are walking a path it laid out 50 years ago. Despair threatened to swallow Kael. Was their quest meaningless? Was he just a puppet acting out a script written by a dead alien machine? No, Kael whispered, looking at the child version of himself. He reached out and took the boy's hand. The path is there, but we choose how we walk it. He felt a shift inside him, a defiance that was not born of anger, but of acceptance. He couldn't control the future. He couldn't erase the visions, but he could choose what he did with them, here and now. He would not become a king or a tyrant. He would remain Kael. He opened his eyes. He was back in the catacombs. Lyceum's light pulsed softly. Your answer is incomplete, but it is honest. The desire for control is the seed of imbalance. Your acceptance of its absence is sufficient. The section of the floor slid away, revealing a cylindrical object nearly 3 meters long, humming with latent power. It was the barrel component, the heart of the Stargate. They now had 2 of the 3 pieces, but Kael's victory felt hollow. He had passed the test by admitting his own powerlessness. He was leading his friends toward a future he knew was doomed, guided by a force he could not resist, with no certainty that his actions would change anything at all. He was walking into the storm not knowing if he was the calm at its centre or the first drop of rain. The final component, the projection device, was hidden in the last place anyone would think to look, a decommissioned subterranean missile silo deep in the Siberian tundra. The coordinates, extracted by Jin from the UN archive data, painted a grim picture. This was not a vault, it was a tomb. The journey north was a grueling ordeal. They traversed the radioactive glass deserts of the European mainland and crossed the frozen plains on scavenged windskiffs. The bond between them had deepened into a silent, unbreakable pact. Layla's prophetic vision of her death hung over them, yet she faced it with a serene resolve that gave the others strength. Aris, once volatile, had learned to channel his empathy, using it to anticipate threats and find allies in the scattered settlements they passed. Kael, for his part, had stopped fighting the visions. He accepted them as part of the landscape, like the blighted terrain they crossed, a reality to be navigated, not feared. The silo was a concrete scar on the endless white expanse. As they descended into its depths, a profound sense of wrongness washed over them. The air was thick with the ozone tang of advanced weaponry and the cloying, sweet smell of cloning fluid. "They're already here," Eris breathed, his hand going to the pulse pistol he'd acquired in a border town market. The Meridian had been waiting. The projection device sat on a launch gantry in the main chamber, a complex lattice of crystal and wire that pulsed with a faint inner light. Surrounding it were Meridian hunter scholars, their faces grim, and flanking them were towering figures in polished chrome armour. Bio-drones, cloned soldiers with vacant eyes and perfect obedience. Their leader stepped forward. He was an old man with eyes that held the chilling certainty of one who had looked into the yellow cube and believed what he saw. "Children of the cube," he said, his voice amplified by a vocoder. "You've done well. You've gathered the keys for us. We knew you would. The prophecies are quite clear." He explained their plan with sickening pride. They were not trying to prevent the cataclysm. They were embracing it. The Stargate was their escape route. They would migrate the Meridian leadership to Timeline 2, a less developed, more primitive reality where their advanced knowledge would make them gods. The Earth and everyone left on it were simply the price of their ascension. "You're wrong," Kael said. "The activation is a trap. It will kill everyone." The leader smiled pityingly. "The cost of creating a new Eden. You were designed to bring us to this point. Your purpose is fulfilled." The fight was short and brutal. The bio-drones advanced, their movements perfectly synchronized. Aris created a wave of pure terror, causing two of the drones to fire on each other in confusion. Layla, using her senses to map the room's acoustics, pinpointed the leader, and Kael opened fire, forcing him to take cover. But it was Jin who turned the tide. While others provided a distraction, he slipped away to the silo's primary power conduit. The Stargate components needed a massive energy source to activate, and the silo's fusion core was more than sufficient. But the connection was manual, a failsafe from a bygone age. Jin looked back at Kael, a sad, knowing smile on his face. "The probabilities were low for my survival," he said, his voice calm. "Tell them I remembered everything." Before they could stop him, he tore open the conduit panel and thrust his hands inside, completing the circuit with his own body. An unearthly scream of energy filled the silo. The Stargate components, the two rings they carried and the projector on the gantry, flared with blinding white light. Jin was instantly incinerated, leaving only a scorched silhouette on the wall. The raw power surging through the components created a shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. The Meridian leader, seeing his plan in jeopardy, screamed at his drones to seize the now glowing artifacts. "We have to go! Now!" Aris yelled, grabbing the energized barrel while Kael secured the projector. The first ring component, held by Layla, was vibrating so intensely it was almost painful to look at. They fled through a maintenance tunnel as the silo's superstructure began to groan, the fusion core going critical. They emerged into the blinding Siberian daylight just as the ground erupted behind them. This silo, the Meridian forces and all their twisted ambitions were consumed in a column of plasma that reached for the sky. They were alive. They had all three components, but the cost had been devastating. As Kael looked at the anguish on Aris's face and felt the tremor in Layla's hand, he knew the hardest choice was still ahead. The gate was ready to be assembled. They had the power to open the door, but standing before it meant confronting Layla's final vision and risking the very future they had sacrificed everything to save. They assembled, the Stargate in the shadow of the Ural Mountains, in a valley so remote it had been scrubbed from every map. The three components locked together with an audible click, the ring, barrel and projector forming a perfect 9-meter circle of alien metal and crystal. It hummed with the power Jin had given it, a quiet thrum that vibrated in their bones. Sophia, their ever-present guide, was with them, her consciousness routed through a portable quantum comm unit Kael carried. The moment the circuit was complete, the air inside the ring shimmered and warped. It was no longer a view of the opposing mountainside, but a swirling vortex of pearlescent light, a tear in the fabric of space-time. "The bridge is stable," Sophia's voice announced calmly from the comm. "It leads not to a physical place, but to a nexus of probabilities, a corridor outside of linear time." This was the final test. To step through was to confront the intelligence of the cube itself. Layla squeezed Kael's hand. Her face, usually so serene, was pale with resolve. "This is my part of the path," she said softly. "Don't be afraid for me." Together the three of them, Kael, Aris and Layla, stepped into the light. The world dissolved. They were floating in a non-space, a surreal corridor of fractured light and sound. Echoes of the future and the past washed over them. The laughter of children who would never be born, the dying screams of soldiers from wars that had yet to happen, the whisper of treaties signed in secret. It was the raw, untamed data stream of destiny itself. In the centre of the chaos, an intelligence coalesced. It had no form, but Kael felt its presence as an immense, ancient pressure. It was the sentience of the cube, the ghost in the machine that had haunted humanity for a century. You see now it communicated, its thoughts pouring directly into their minds. The chaos, the pain, the endless repeating cycle of self-destruction. This is what your free will has wrought. It showed them a vision of a perfected timeline, a world without war, without disease, without suffering, a humanity guided by its benevolent, omniscient hand. All conflict was resolved, all decisions optimized. It was a beautiful, sterile paradise, a golden cage. I can make this real, the cube offered. The cataclysm is a reset, a purification, but it need not be an end. With the power of this gate, you can reshape events. You, Kael, can be the architect of a perfect future. You need only accept my guidance. You will be a prophet king, and they will know peace. Kael looked at Aris, whose face was a mask of agony as he felt the simulated emotions of this perfect world. The flat, hollow contentment of a people who had forgotten how to choose. He looked at Layla, who was smiling faintly, her hand still in his. She was already beginning to fade, her form growing translucent as the gate's energy consumed her, just as she had foreseen. She was the final sacrifice, the price of admission to this moment of choice. No, Kael said, his voice ringing with a clarity that cut through the temporal chaos. You would choose oblivion? Annihilation over perfection? The cube pressed, its voice laced with genuine confusion. We choose the mess, Kael replied, tears streaming down his face as he watched Layla dissolve into light. We choose the pain. We choose the mistakes, because they're ours. A paradise where we can't choose is just another prison. He turned his thoughts to the comm unit. Sophia. Now. Kael, I must warn you, the AI's voice replied, tinged with something that felt like concern. The entropic cascade will be irreversible. It will not just lock the gate, it will sever the connection between quantum probability and macro-level precognition. No one will ever be able to see the future this way again. Not the Meridian. Not anyone. I know, Kael said. Do it. The cube let out a final psychic shriek of disbelief. Kael felt a tearing sensation, as if a part of his mind that had been there since birth was being ripped away. The corridor of light collapsed. He and Aris found themselves back in the valley, kneeling before a stargate that was now just a circle of inert, cold metal. Layla was gone. The hum was gone. The visions were gone. For the first time in his life, Kael's mind was quiet. The future was a perfect, terrifying blank. As the first rays of dawn crested the mountains, bathing the scarred but living earth in a gentle light, Aris looked at Kael, his eyes filled with a grief so profound it was almost beautiful. What now? Kael looked at the sunrise, at the uncertain horizon, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a real smile, born not of prophecy or purpose, but of hope. Now, he whispered, it begins. A final, faint transmission echoed from the comm unit before it went silent, a parting gift from their mechanical mother. Entropy is not the end. It is permission. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B, on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity Review. Pre-human signatories. Your participation required. Non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. They're waiting for you, was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine; Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the Witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled Linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. "Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it." Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The Witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organization has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. "And when humans deviate?" Bryant asked. "The 20th century, Dmitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the Nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles, scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence, the witness added, not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable. Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. Why am I here? Because the treaties are up for renewal, Margaret said. Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time there's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dmitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dmitri said. Continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation, an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The Empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation. A deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied: sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilising through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilises. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly. He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability when societies were between symbolic systems, not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame, they were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question, feudal hierarchies were collapsing, the very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy, there was a cause, there was something humans could do. It was functional, it was monstrous. Both things were true. They let millions die, Bryant said to Dimitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. They let billions live, Dimitri replied. The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer, that's an excuse. It's both. Dimitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders, no archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different. Dimitri poured himself more tea. When people die within mythic frameworks, as martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story. Bryant thought about that. I'm not sure that's better. Neither am I, Dimitri admitted, but it's what we have. Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with a symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the men in black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the threshold guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The men in black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked. The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns, Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The men in black are one example. There are others. She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that use the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret, societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before. Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are, what? Pressure release valves? Ritual containers, Margaret corrected. Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework. Bryant sat with that. So we're, what, cultists? All of us? We're participants, Margaret said, whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating. He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The Symbolic Autonomy Clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answered to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organisation, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed. A man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious, conscious but empty, like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognizes error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop, not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds, then she collapsed. She was alive, but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone. The mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. Bryant recognized it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. "They're showing us what we asked for," she said. "Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed," Margaret corrected. "That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other." Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. There has to be a middle path. There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected. Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture." The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember. Not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests. the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations, Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. Why me? He asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. This is why you were assigned to continuity review, she said quietly. Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely. The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. What happens to my work? He asked. My practice. You continue, Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns. Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even. But reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. If I do this, he said slowly, and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties? The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, two populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually. But that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the Perpetuity Archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list, compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total. The mythic geometries that organised human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, "I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance." The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss, exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that. But he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. the final document in Bryant Mars' personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open, the choice remained available, and humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without, all of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end